When called upon, the host will unmute the microphone and the individual, and they will have 3 minutes to make their public comment. The host will audibly announce when the 15 seconds remain to conclude the public comment. After the 3 minutes have lapsed, the individual will be placed back on mute. Only one public comment per agenda item is allowed per attendee. Please see page 4 of the agenda for WebEx instructions on how to connect from the link on the agenda and additional instructions. During agenda item 13, public comments on items not on the agenda, the board has limited the total public comment period for individuals to 40 minutes. Therefore, after 40 minutes, no further comments will be accepted. During public comment on any other agenda item, 20 minutes will be allowed for the comment period. After 20 minutes, no further comments will be accepted. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes per agenda item. The board's IT staff will assist me with receiving the public comments via WebEx during this meeting. I want to remind all speakers to please stay on topic and keep your comments to the allotted time or less. Today's meeting will run according to the Open Meetings Act as required by law. We will end today around 2 p.m. I would like to call the meeting to order and ask that board members unmute their computers. Ms. Caldwell, please call the roll.
Ms. Campoverde,
Present.
Dr. Gonadez,
Here.
Dr. Hawkins,
Here.
Dr. Kraus,
Present.
Ms. Lawson, Ms. Lawson, Ms. Lubiano, Dr. Lewis,
Present.
Dr. Mahmood, Dr. Thorpe,
Here.
Dr. Tirado,
Here.
Mr. Watkins,
Present.
Dr. Yip,
Here.
Ms. Pines.
Here. Thank you. We have a quorum. Board members, please mute your computers. I would like to remind the members again that we will be taking a roll call on all action items. Before we move to our first agenda item of the day, I want to thank board staff for their hard work in putting the Sunset Review report together. With all the challenges presented by COVID-19, this was not an easy task. I'd like to give a huge thank you to Letitia Robinson. She's a quiet giant at the medical board. And also to our executive team, Jenna Jones, Marina O'Connor, Carrie Webb, Bill, Aaron, and Reggie, and all the managers and staff that provided input. We thank all of you. Moving to agenda item 13, public comment on items not on the agenda. Before I ask for public comments, I would ask individuals making comments not to discuss pending complaints, pending licensing application, or pending disciplinary actions that may come before the board for a decision. Such discussions are considered ex parte communications, and they could provide information to members that is outside the record in violation of the Administrative Procedure Act. Therefore, such discussions could create a conflict and lead to a board decision being challenged in Superior Court. The board can receive comments regarding the board's processes in general, but it cannot receive comments on specific case circumstances where the decision is still pending. In addition, the board would like the public to address the board as a whole and not individual members. Please be aware that the public comment during this agenda item should provide information to the board members and is not a discussion between the board members and the public. The only action board members can take is to listen to the comments and decide whether or not they want a future agenda item on the topic. No other action can be taken on the item at this meeting. Though this may seem at times like the board members are not being responsive, following these guidelines is critical to ensure the rules of the Open Meeting Act are followed to avoid compromising the speaker's goals or the board's mission. If you want to comment on an agenda item, please wait until we get to that agenda item. Comments at this time are only for items not on the agenda. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. I will now ask the host for public comments.
Thank you,
Ms.
President
Pines, may I
Pines.
speak? This is Dr. Hawkins. May I speak first?
Yes.
You're awful tentative. Thank you. And
Wait,
Thank you.
is this a public comment? This is the
Yes,
public.
it is.
Okay, okay.
It absolutely is.
You
It
have a new
absolutely is
hat
public.
on? Okay.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Denise Pines, members of the Medical Board of California and the staff, want to thank you and wish you best wishes on your next journey. This being a last minute, we felt it was appropriate to do this early on. Anyone can speak, but Howard, would you make a few comments?
Yeah, I'll take a point of personal privilege. I have 2 items. First, I apologize on behalf of the board to those members and attendees with paraskevidekatriophobia. And second, I would like to move that the board acknowledge and thank President Pines for her tireless efforts to protect the people of California and for having served as a paragon of best board member performance, always having done the reading and the homework, always being involved and responsive, and most of all, always empathic and sincerely committed to the best interests of California consumers. And I'd like to acknowledge that Denise is not our oldest member of the board, but she's our longest serving member of the board with the exception of past president, Dr. Gnanadev. So Denise, thank you for having stuck with us for as long as you have.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay.
Ms. Pines, this is Dick Thorpe. Nobody can do what Howard just said. I mean, Howard has such a way with words and he's so eloquent, but we all, I think it goes without saying that all of us have that same heartfelt thanks for your leadership, for your compassion for the public, and for your concern for for public safety. And we just have great respect and admiration for you and wish you God's blessing as you move forward in your life.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Thorpe.
And Denise, I just want to say also thank you. You've been an exceptional role model for some of us, like myself, that can be a little wordy with your with your patience and the grace with which you absorb things and your contemplation. I really admire that, and I want to thank you. And we're definitely going to miss you on this board. But I wish you well. Cheers.
Thank you, TJ.
Yes, and I'd like to also echo similar comments. I've served as vice president under Ms. Pines for many years and have appreciated her commitment to this board, and I have learned a great deal from her. I will miss you terribly. We will take your guidance forward as we go into the next chapter of the medical board. So thank you again for your service and your friendship.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate you guys sharing and honoring me today in this moment of the work that we all are doing. I've enjoyed working alongside you all. We all believe in what we're doing. We all are here to make sure that we have the best doctors that can be licensed and that those doctors are serving the public to the best of their ability. And I think that we are doing a good job and we can continue to do good jobs at that. So thank you all.
Denise, you can't escape without listening to me. Just for the rest of you, Denise and I got connected the day she came onto the board. And we stayed very close to each other, including personally, for what, 8-9 years? This is my, my 10th year or 11th year. I don't even count anymore. So I think I would miss you, but as I said before, I think we'll stay connected. And I truly appreciate, especially during the last sunset, you sitting next to me and consoling me that it's okay. so it was a tough time, but I think we got through. We got the board reestablished, and really appreciate your help. And good luck as you go on to the next endeavors. But as I said, we'll stay connected.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you.
Before you go, Denise, I have to make one comment. I honestly truly appreciate not only sitting in the board, but whenever you know that I do a lot of things and your guidance off the board thing to guide me through the things which are appropriate, which are not appropriate, how they needs to be done. You were stellar, and you really didn't care it's a weekend or what time, you were there to guide. And honestly, truly appreciate and hope to stay in touch with you for the rest of your life.
Thank you.
And our life.
Yes, let's do that for sure.
Denise, Felix.
Hi.
I want to say all the things have been said already, but particularly you always make time when I ask to talk to you and the staff at work session together, work behind the scene to move the board ahead, to cut a timeline, to do what we can for public protection. You're truly committed. That inspires me. I want to thank you personally, and we miss you very much. And I hope we can still have your input in the future. Maybe come back as a public member.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yip.
So even though I haven't been here for a long time, I can see what a wonderful job you have done. And I want to say thank you. I want to join everybody else.
Thank you. Thank you, Cynthia.
And Denise, I know that we've spent approximately one day serving together, but I feel very fortunate to have been onboarded by you. And I want to thank you for your thoughtfulness and counsel. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate that.
Okay, Ms. Pines, I'll go ahead and proceed with the public comment then.
Okay, thank you.
First up, we have Susan Lauren. Susan Lauren, let me unmute your microphone. Susan, are you there?
Yes, hello.
Please go ahead.
I'm Susan Lauren. I'm a surgical assault victim. Raise your hand if you think my life is valuable. Did you all see the video I sent you yet? How many more plastic surgeons are you going to give a free pass to kill or batter innocent people like myself? In 2011, my doctor referred me to Saul Berger for a conservative breast reduction for structural reasons. I trusted these doctors at the time, but Berger surgically assaulted me. After his assault, in order to cover up for himself, he lied and said I had factitious disorder, which caused me more medical harm. Yet, unbelievably, you still license him. It's been 9 years since Berger disabled me and left me in unrelenting pain. Since then, I've connected with hundreds of women harmed by plastic surgeons and read thousands of desperate reviews. We victims inform and teach each other. The same long-term health and contour problems occur en masse, along with threats, slander, and inability to get any lawyer or one who isn't in it to settle for $29,900.99 with a full gag clause. Christina Delp, former DOE, urged me to take this case of battery to police and DA, but law enforcement told me that medical battery is outside of their purview unless the medical board tells them to investigate. Since you don't do real investigations or the real thing, this puts doctors above the law and Californians suffer for it. Kim Kirchmeier called facts in my case, quote, my beliefs, which is a common tactic medical watchdogs do to invalidate malpractice victims. The gaslighting and denial of medical atrocities by your board is sadistic and cruel. It greatly compounds the damage to malpractice victims. Every woman, regardless of age or stature or race, has a fundamental right to live her life free from violence. This includes surgical battery or medical scams. California has created a genocide of healthy women. I have done the research. I've read you all the names of people who have died, and the people harmed rank most. Also, it's the complaints unfiled that rank most with your board. Women do not file complaints with you because of threats and patient blame from their doctors and others, and they know your system lets doctors like Berger get away with mutilation and doctors like Terry Dubrow lie in court that you hire. Some women have filed with you, and of course, you failed them too. The medical misogyny in California is epic. Science shows liposuction is bad for people. There are thousands of people. Okay, your board protects doctors, not the public. None of us victims knew we were sitting ducks for medical abuse because of the medical and legal corruption. And if you don't value life, get off the medical board. I'm shocked to hear all your congratulations every time because you're not protecting.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Jen Camel. Jen, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you. Good morning. I'm Jen Camel, founder and CEO of VBAC Facts, president of the Californians for the Advancement of Midwifery, and two-time midwifery client. Today, I represent thousands of birthing families throughout California when I express my gratitude for your support of a California licensed midwife board. The regulatory capture resulting from the medical board regulating licensed midwives is not sustainable. We have already seen incidents of medical board members using talking points from the CMA. These conflicts of interest must come to an end, and the licensed midwife board is the way to do it. I think it's important to be very clear here. This is not a scope of practice issue. We need a clean transition from the medical board to an LM board. And a quick reminder that SB 1237 does not apply to licensed midwives. That was a nurse midwife bill. Licensed midwives have been effectively practicing autonomously since 1993 in California, and officially since 2013 with the passage of AB 1308 with outstanding outcomes. The next step is for licensed midwives to regulate themselves. Thank you again for supporting a licensed midwife board.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Rosanna Davis. Rosanna, are you there?
Yes, good morning.
Please go ahead.
Good morning, Rosanna Davis with California Association of Licensed Midwives. Licensed midwives also support clean transition to a licensed midwife board. We see such a transition as the best resolution to ongoing regulatory stalemate and as the most cost-effective and effective way of promulgating evidence-based rules on midwifery practice. All other professions have their own regulatory autonomy under the Department of Consumer Affairs. The only reason licensed midwives were left behind is because of outdated paternalistic attitudes toward a female-dominated profession and an ongoing 100-year campaign by medical associations to eliminate professional competitions that midwives represent. Licensed midwives have the most training and education of any maternity care provider in their area of specialization, which is providing community-based care, maternity care in private homes and freestanding birth centers. Licensed midwives' expertise is in managing physiological birth and preventing complication through rigorous risk assessment and supporting and enhancing wellness through personalized, highly intensive prenatal care. That expertise includes rapid identification and resolution of emergent situations when they do arise and transfer of care in situations requiring medical treatment. Licensed midwives have excellent outcomes. Anyone who says otherwise is pulling studies that included accidental home birth without a licensed or trained expert providing care for pregnancy and birth. The existing situation with the stalemate is a direct result of regulatory capture of the licensed midwife program by interests of organized medicine. Please help support a clean transition from the medical board to a licensed midwife board. Sunset review is not the time or place to litigate scope issues and introduce unnecessary controversy in an attempt to derail emerging consensus on an evidence-based solution to a long-standing regulatory stalemate. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Colin Ross. Colin, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm really pleading that the California Medical Board re-examine this licensed physician from Mexico program that the pilot program that was started in April 2019, and look at ways of modifying and changing it to a case-by-case basis for this 3-year medical license. Because here in California, there are a number of IMGs, FMGs who have an MD degree and also have obtained advanced degrees such as a PhD or master's degree, currently working in primary care, internal medicine, family practice, and even involved in research. I think if this program were modified to be on a case-by-case basis, it would give medical directors a choice who work at Native American clinics, African American primary-based clinics, or in communities where more Asian Americans populate, because there are qualified individuals already in the United States who have an MD degree, advanced 10 to 19 years of experience in internal medicine and family medicine. I personally have been involved in both realms and have even invented products to help diabetic patients, such as a phone app, which when the diabetic patient sticks their finger, gets a high random blood sugar, they can type in every single food that they ate, and the app will tell them what food spiked their blood sugar and the options that they could use to change that, which by diet helps them improve their random blood sugar. This program is popular in Mexico, Panama, South America. The only issue I have personally had in the United States of America is when people are reaching out to me from various universities, et cetera, to do presentations on how the app works. They don't have a problem with my educational training, but the problem they have is the degree that I've been practicing, the license I've been practicing medicine under. So I'm appealing to the board. Please look broad and wide at the talent pool already available in California that could fill the voids of primary care medicine, primarily in family practice and internal medicine, with bilingual, multicultural practitioners who have the training in the form of the degree, but also have the real life, real world experience. And you can easily check our backgrounds because we've been already here in the United States, some of us 10 years, 19 years, or even 20 years.
15 seconds remain.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Eric Andrews. Eric, are you there?
I'm here.
Please go ahead.
I hope someone's going to address the status of the 3 expired board members' tenure. Did everybody hear that yesterday? I must say I was encouraged when Bill first started as the executive director in that he sent me a letter response almost immediately. Clearly, he hadn't gotten the memo yet that forbids medical board employees from corresponding with me unless it's in the form of a public record request. Then they're forced to by law. I've sent him a couple more emails now that have gone unanswered. So I fear now that he might just be another follow the crowd kind of guy instead of the visionary we hoped for that would finally make this board what it's supposed to be. I haven't given up on you yet, Bill, but so far you're getting a failing grade based on that Sunset Review report, and you're giving in to peer pressure. After all these years, it still baffles me how you all don't get that the more you ignore me and other advocates and the more you fight me, the harder I'm going to fight back and that I'm not going anywhere. I know you hate my presence at these meetings, but that's just too bad, isn't it? You should have thought about that before you refused to investigate the doctor that killed my sister, and then subsequently refused to investigate the doctor that screwed up not 1, but 2 surgeries on myself. Another update from Ms. Campoverde. The patient safety has been filing complaints against doctors as we're made aware of their wrongdoings. It's clear now that the staff has been instructed to close all of those complaints that I file at face value and send out a note that I'm abusing the online complaint system. I'm collecting those responses as evidence for the Sunset Review hearings. Instead of doing your job, this board is now blatantly refusing to investigate complaints based on your vindictive hatred of me, thereby allowing bad doctors to continue practicing. Just like you did with Dr. Popkin. Remember him? He's the doctor this board knew had sexually assaulted several patients but did nothing about. Popkin then went on to sexually assault more patients until one victim finally was brave enough to take her story to the press. It wasn't until that public exposure of this board's incompetence that you finally acted and revoked his license. Because you didn't act the first go around, more women were sexually assaulted. Ms. Campoverde, look him up on our website if you don't believe me. We have all the documents and news stories proving it. And I'm going to stop there because I think I'm going to run out of time and let my partner finish my comments coming up.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Tanya McCracken. Tanya, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Tanya McCracken. I'm a licensed wife. In the past, because of conflicts created by CMA and ACOG, the medical board has been blocked in their efforts to work with the midwifery community on advancing evidence-based regulations. The medical board has also been stymied by CMA on scope issues such as SB 457 Bates, which would have radically limited access to midwifery care. We are encouraged to see a new commitment on the part of the medical board to focus on its mission of protecting and enhancing public safety. What better way to do that than to increase access to expert, evidence-based care in the community setting with licensed midwives? A smooth transition to a licensed midwife board and no longer allowing conflicts of interest to interfere with good faith efforts to achieve evidence-based solutions to the regulatory stalemate will further the medical board's mission to serve and protect the public. I see a licensed midwife board as the best solution to the regulatory stalemate. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Hannah Ree. Hannah, are you there?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So medical board, it's Hannah Ree of Black Patients Matter. So as you're beginning to learn, there is quite a bit of what I guess we're now calling corruption within the HQIU and AG's office. To have Mr. Prasifka comment that there is a large amount of money that's unaccounted for within the HQIU is not surprising. It's just how they run things. It's your quintessential corrupt police force, which is not surprisingly led by a white power structure. It's so cliche now that it's actually kind of boring. So the large sum of money that's unaccounted for is just the tip of the iceberg. I wish you luck because it's going to be quite difficult, if not impossible, to hold them accountable. The Sunset Review Committee is going to be an interesting meeting. So I am here to tell you that the corrupt investigative unit is just, again, the beginning of the lynching process. That at my OAH hearing, I requested and paid thousands of dollars for the transcripts of the hearing. And when I received them, they were altered. They were altered. And who had done it? I can tell you it was not me. Not only that, the court reporter did not even sign to authenticate the transcriptions. Then when I went to the hearing judge, he ignored it. He ignored it. So myself seeing this type of irregularity occurring within the system, there's really no point for the medical board to fight the HQIU. The HQIU and the AG's office run the medical board. I also have the federal civil rights lawsuit pending against several of you. I can tell you for the gentleman, the medical board member that I'm suing, I can tell you they are not fighting for you. They're going to throw you under the bus. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Jeff Rizzo. Jeff, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. I am finishing this for Eric Andrus. These are his own words. There's a certain doctor in another state that I profiled in my blog in 2014. It was a story outlining how he got drunk and drove his SUV into the front of a liquor store and then attempted to steal alcohol. He had already been reprimanded by the state board prior to this for anger management issues. The doctor took umbrage of my free speech blog post about him and contacted this board and now claims that the medical board employees gave him the lowdown on my conflicts with this board and even offered financial participation in his efforts to take me down. He has indeed filed a lawsuit against me for defamation, which he is now losing due to our great anti-SLAPP laws in this country. But leave it to this board to support a doctor with multiple disciplinary actions with his own state medical board. So sorry to disappoint you, Carrie, but he's not going to win that case. Is that doctor lying? I did a public record request to get the correspondence this board had with him, and Carrie and her cronies put the kibosh on that again by quoting a cost of $744 to perform the request. Remember, the Public Record Act is meant to force agencies like this to be transparent, and the exceptions that Carrie likes to abuse are not mandatory. I am now working with a First Amendment attorney on the possibility of a lawsuit against Carrie and this board for her legal activities regarding the Public Record Act. Remember, she said that issues regarding the Public Record Act are not relevant to this board. She knows if you truly look into it, you'll see the proof that she's skirting the law to protect this board's wrongdoings. As I mentioned before, our patient safety organization has been contacted by a company who is helping us expand our website. We are nearing the test phase, which will take our current database of just California doctors to all of the doctors in the United States. We have already collected over 1 million disciplinary records from most of the state medical boards, and our software automatically converts the PDFs into a format that is readable by search engines like Google, thwarting this board's effort to keeping that from happening. Our software will also be automatically collecting court documents and news stories about doctors and linking them to that doctor's page. Also in the works is a phone app so that the consumers will be able to access this information that way as well. And rest assured, our app will not have the same ongoing problems that this board's app has and that your tech team ignores. We will be instituting Google AdSense on our website, which will create a steady income, allowing us to not only continuously improve our website, but also to make funds available to consumers who are wronged and harmed by doctors or wronged by this board who need financial assistance in fighting to right those wrongs. We intend to show the legislature how patient safety should be working, but that at which this board is failing so terribly. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up, we have Marion Hollingsworth. Marion, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Marion Hollingsworth, and I'm a patient safety advocate. I would just like to thank you all for the beautiful tribute to my husband, Ed Hollingsworth, at the end of the meeting yesterday. I just want you all to know how much I appreciate you taking the time to do that. Also, a special thank you to Board President Denise Pines for your work with the medical board and your willingness to listen to patient safety issues over the years. Thank you again.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Rosie Arthur's daughter. Rosie,
Yes.
are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Good morning. I would like to continue with a theme regarding the administrative process at the MBC, its structure, access, and the tools available to all stakeholders and responsiveness by the staff to concerns. I think we've heard from a lot of the people making public comments that there's certainly a frustration. And I know from having been a advocate for over 50 years, also a forensic neuropsychologist, having worked in both business, industry, technology, and the healing arts, know about analyzing situations. And what I see is that where we once had proper references to the laws, standard of care, those were removed without any public comment. Other standards or recommendations were adopted again without public comment. And now the public doesn't have the tools available. The providers have no tools available. The reviewers don't have the proper tools available. And there is administrative chaos. It's a simple thing to put the link back up to these statutes, put the link back up to the standard of care. And why it should take more than 6 years is beyond me. Like other people making comments, I have not had responses to things I have written. And I don't see the things that are very clear that need to be done being addressed at all. There's promises and promises and promises and promises and promises, and nothing comes from that. One of the previous commenters made a reference to a specific monetary amount for a confidential settlement. That is to avoid the mandated reporting by the insurance code that I mentioned yesterday. It does not prevent people from making a complaint to the board or the board taking that complaint up just because it's 1 cent less than the mandated reporting limit. It also does not prevent them from participating in any administrative process or review. And people don't know that they have a right to do that. So sometimes people who are whistleblowers
15 seconds remain.
Are injured by that process. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Christina Hildebrand. Christina, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Christina Hildebrand. I'm president of a Voice for Choice Advocacy. We educate and advocate for informed choice and transparency of what goes into your body, be it food, air, water, pharmaceuticals. I wanted to second some of the comments that have been made here specific to PRA requests and agenda items. We have filed many PRA requests, and the California Medical Board is one of the only entities that actually charges every single time and charges exorbitant amounts. I usually now go to CDPH and ask for communication that they've had with the medical board because I can get it from them for free. But it really, I think, then needs to be looked at what you're trying to hide. It definitely makes it seem like you're trying to hide something because you're preventing people from getting public records at a minimal cost, which is what it should be. The second one is agenda items. We have requested agenda items over the years, and I've actually given up doing so because I've been told, yep, if we get a response, yep, it will be taken into consideration and nothing more comes of it. I think there needs to be a clear way to put forward agenda items, whether it's at the end of this meeting. I know there's a public comment time for that, or for giving those, but none of them seem to be addressed. So I would ask that the medical board really makes an effort to take up some of the agenda items that the public is giving. And finally, I wanted to speak to the California Medical Board investigating doctors who have written medical exemptions. You're doing that. It's interesting for me to hear all these people complaining that you don't take up doctors and investigate them, because on the flip side, when it comes to vaccine medical exemptions, you seem to do an amazing job at it. And you seem to go after doctors, after doctor, after doctor on that issue. So there's definitely a bias there. I think the other piece, but on the flip side of that, because you have witch hunted, these doctors have been witch hunted, and they're being held to a standard of care that is not necessarily the current knowledge on vaccines. What has happened in California is that there is not one single doctor that will write a medical exemption this year. And part of it is because of SB 276, which was passed last year. But there is not a doctor in California that will write a medical exemption for anything other than the contraindications, even though that is allowed by the law, even though that they're allowed to write for and not get flagged. Doctors have come to the point where they are just saying, you know what, it's easier for me not to write medical exemptions than to write them for 4 people or to get reviewed by the medical board. And I think that really does a disservice to the consumers that you're supposed to be advocating for. So please look into those 3 things. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Michelle Montserrat Ramos. Michelle, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Montserrat Ramos. I'm with Consumer Watchdog, Board President Pines. On behalf of advocates across the state, we appreciate your service to the board and to the state of California. Thank you for continuing the patient advocate meetings and hope that they will continue. We also appreciate you responding to our letters with questions to staff during board meetings. We wish you the best in your future endeavors. And we hope the board elects and chooses a public board member as our new board president. In addition, I have to concur to some of the other comments. I've had advocates that have written to the board for additional information on a physician besides what is available on the physician profile, and they're only sent what is on the website. I've had other advocates requests for information turned down. There is no transparency. You can do better. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, I do not see any other call or requests in the queue. I'll go ahead and shut that down.
Okay, great. We are going to we're going to flip agendas just a little bit because Dr. Waller he has a tight schedule. So we are going to move to agenda item 17. Presentation on pain management. Dr. Waller is a nationally recognized addiction expert and an actively practicing addiction pain and emergency medicine specialist. As a principal at Health Management Associates and chairman of the Legislative Advocacy Committee for the American Society of Addiction Medicine, he is directly responsible for consultation regarding treatment system development and education, as well as all Washington, D.C. related matters for ASAM. In Dr. Waller's past roles, he has been responsible for training and assistance in addiction, pain, and behavioral health treatment system development, correctional medicine, payment model implementation, and healthcare policy. Dr. Waller earned a Master of Science in Biology with a neuromolecular focus at Southwest Texas State University and earned his medical degree at the University of Texas Medical School in San Antonio. Dr. Waller completed his emergency medicine residency at Thomas Jefferson University in Philadelphia and is board certified in emergency medicine and addiction medicine. Dr. Waller, you may present.
Good morning. Thank you, Denise. And so I guess of all of that, the most relevant pieces of that is I still see patients with pain, and I've run a clinic dedicated to patients with comprehensive chronic pain, and I've been chief of pain medicine for a multi-billion-dollar health system and had to deal with all categories of patients. And my role now really does fundamentally focus on how do we build systems of care for these really highly complex patients who many times have to suffer through daily life. And I think the goal today would be to give an overview of kind of where we are, what is the optimal state, what's the reality, and then kind of move into some ways forward. And I will say that I did just get off of a meeting. I'm part of an action collaborative group at the National Academy of Medicine, and they have just recently, within the last couple of days, published some new guidelines on the approach to patients on opioids with chronic pain. And so I'll give some access to people to be able to get to that as well. I don't have any disclosures. I've never received any money from pharma, never received any money from device, still don't. And in my new role as the editor-in-chief of the ASAM criteria, I don't even do work for payers or anything of the like. So the things that I'll be speaking about come from the data, science, and math of what we have. And I have no agenda other than just to make sure and consolidate that information into a way that's hopefully digestible. If we talk about kind of what the current optimal state for treating a patient with chronic pain who's, not something that's identifiable and not something that we can just flip a switch or we can fix, we end up with someone with pain that extends into things other than that. And unfortunately for chronic pain, opioids show really little or no long-term efficacy for the treatment of chronic pain at population levels. Now, that doesn't mean that there are some individuals who this may be the pathway that they need for treatment because we just have nothing else for it. And we're identifying for that subset of the population that multimodal approaches are much better than medications alone. And so if you're having to use a chronic opioid on these patients, making sure that we're utilizing interventional pain management where appropriate, physical therapy where appropriate, behavioral therapeutics, case management, all of the other multimodal approaches that have been shown to be efficacious in the treatment of pain that we apply to that. The problem is that we're still not doing a great job treating pain. I remember the call very loudly that we're doing so bad in treating pain, so therefore we need to give people access to opioids. And at this point, all we did was really create more of a conundrum than what we had in the 90s. But it's not to say that we've significantly improved really what is good treatment for chronic pain. Most of that is because we did a poor job of the treatment of the acute pain and allowed it to transition into a more chronic condition that not only is a signal from an injured area on a body, but then turns into an emotional piece of this. And it lives not just in, I have pain, it goes to my brainstem, it goes to my thalamus, but it also lives in this space called the amygdala, which is the emotional center of the brain, and can create a situation in which we have as much of an emotional contextual aspect to the pain as we do any kind of a signal that's coming up from the area of injury. And long term, many times that overrides that. And people seeking relief will begin to utilize other substances or overutilize and misuse the opioids that they have at their disposal, which is one of the major causes that's led to opioid overdose and overdose in general being the #1 cause of death for people under 50. And that's even in the setting of COVID. So this is and it's only getting worse at this point. So I think we need to make sure that we recognize what we think the optimal state is, and then looking at California in particular, kind of what's going on and what we need to do to move forward. And the opioid prescriptions by county, this is the last time that I have the density data. I had requested to get earlier data. We haven't been able to quite culminate it from that. But if we just look here, the prescriptions per 1,000 residents, generally speaking, increases as you go farther north. A part of this is not necessarily because there are worse, practitioners up there, or just because there's a different culture. As you get farther north, you generally get more rural, and you have lack of access to specialists in a number of different areas, including interventional pain, including physical therapy, including behavioral therapeutics and addiction medicine. And so they feel like the only tool that they have comes from their prescription pad. And it's a really frustrating space. And I do work all across the state of California currently, and I've spent a lot of time in Northern California and understand these dilemmas well. If we follow that up with data that we've identified from 2018 and look at drug overdose data, while it's still relatively dispersed, we still find rates of overdose data, localizing in density at some of those more northern counties that go along with that. And if we track back to 2016, those maps overlap quite a bit more. But this is an issue throughout the state at this point. So just because the prescriptions had been higher at one place, I think California has done a good job of decreasing the total amount of prescriptions, but we're still far, far above where we were before this whole issue started. And this data is available on addictionfreeca.org, which was a website funded by the Department of Healthcare Services that we had put together that pulls a bunch of different pieces of data, including treatment facilities and current granting operations. So if people want to see these data, they can go to that site. It's up for everybody to see and dig through for that. Again, you can see it at the bottom, but it's addictionfreeca.org. And then you can go through all of those maps. And I would say, find your county, hover over your county, and you can learn a lot about what's actually happening in that setting. But I think now I want to pop into the reality of this. And the reality is something that we all face on a regular basis. Multimodal pain systems don't exist in practicality. Some people will say, well, I know of the one that I've seen in that place. And it just doesn't. You go to the large, some of the most decorated institutions in your state, and in the UC system or in the private collegial academic system, and they'll say multimodal, but when we look at it, it just means that they have different physicians from different specialties. It's not that they've fully integrated behavioral therapeutics or fully integrated care management and home-based and peer support mechanisms, or identified other mechanisms for them to get more holistic approaches to pain. And so what this has led to from an opioid risk standpoint is really many physicians, PAs, nurse practitioners, and other prescribers feeling kind of helpless in this setting. And so they end up writing opioids as the primary source of their pain treatment. And this started way back in the 90s and has accelerated, peaked probably around the 2013 is where we find it, leveled off, gone down a little bit, but still, again, way above where it was prior to the utilization of opioids as the primary source of pain treatment. So I've evaluated at request from different sources, hospital systems, FQHCs, primary care groups, been asked to evaluate physicians who disproportionately prescribe opioids as compared to their peers to see what's going on and try to figure out, is there anything that we can do to help them? And so I draw from that kind of deep evaluation of hundreds of these physicians, and then deep diving into many of those. And I've been able to kind of consolidate them into three major groups. So you have kind of the type A, which I call those that overprescribe for money. And that's really 1% or less of the population of prescribers. There are some people who are criminals. And that is a subset that does exist. They exist less now because the DEA and state groups have done a good job of identifying those that live so far outside of the spectrum of what that normal approach is that we've been able to identify most. They'll always emerge because humans are human, and so we always need to keep an eye out for that. I also found that really there's a group that are people who came in and took over a practice that had a large number of patients on opioids. We saw a lot of this with retirements at this stage when the CDC guidelines came out, which, you know, by the way, are really meant to be 30,000 foot guidelines. I think they were way over interpreted as to how to be utilized within the setting of primary care, or even in pain management or addiction treatment. But at the same time, someone comes out of residency, they buy a practice, they walk in, they have a panel of 2,300 patients, and 2,200 of those are on opioids, and they're overwhelmed. They don't really know how to take care of this. They know that if they just stop these opioids, then a lot of patients ultimately end up going through withdrawal and have terrible outcomes in that setting without this. And in fact, there's some research through the VA system that shows that if you forcefully and rapidly taper someone off of opioids without other services, that you may actually increase their mortality rate. And most of that mortality rate increase seems to be secondary to suicide. So this is problematic, to say the least. And with this, we have this other third group that follows, which are the subset of the prescribers that honestly feel like they're doing the right thing. They're doing their best to help them. They're saying, these patients are suffering. I can't find multimodal systems of treatment to help them. I'm going to do the only thing that I can or that I know to help them, and then they will write them for opioids. And when the patient comes back in and says the opioids are no longer working, which is a predictable outcome for chronic pain with the development of tolerance and dependence. And when that occurs, they increase the dose. Well, I can't sleep now because of the sleep disorder that comes from opioids. Well, maybe I'll add on a benzodiazepine to help you sleep, or another Z drug or something of that nature. And what we end up is this almost enabling behavior, because those practitioners have difficulties in really setting those boundaries. And those are the three subtypes of the practitioners that I've been able to identify over time. And within each of those groups, obviously, there are subcategories and specific situations. The one other one that may almost, really own its own spot on here would be the group that they feel comfortable treating patients with chronic pain and they feel comfortable utilizing opioids. And in a rural area, other doctors know that, so they end up referring all their patients to them. And so they end up having the most consolidated practice of these patients because they're comfortable. And so on paper, when you look at it, you're like, well, this person disproportionately prescribes controlled substances as compared to the other ones. But if you dig in a little more, what you identify is they're actually doing a relatively good job. They just ended up with the vast majority of these patients. And so I think it's really important from an academic detailing sense to get a good idea of how they're managing those patients and not just the overall utilization of these substances. If we go to how we kind of fix this and how we approach it, for the type A prescribers, the ones that are doing this for money, I mean, they shouldn't be able to have a license to prescribe a controlled substance. And I think in many cases where they've done harm, they shouldn't have a license to practice medicine. A lot of my colleagues would agree with that. From an ethical standpoint, we feel that it's a solid breach of that ethical and moral obligation that we have in that very particular role. If deaths have occurred, then at that point, and we can identify cause, then criminal charges should be pressed against these practitioners. Again, this is a really small number of people. It's not that it doesn't feel small to the individuals who've suffered by this or the family members of them, but it is a small number of practitioners, and we should be very deliberate about our approach to that group. For the type B, who kind of inherited all of these patients, this group requires support and may not even really be able to appropriately or purposefully answer questions concerning about why they're doing what they're doing or how they're doing it, because they ended up with this panel of patients. Patient A shows up on a Tuesday and says, I'm being prescribed right now 120 morphine milligram equivalents of oxycodone, and I'm on diazepam for sleep. And oh, by the way, they gave me a little alprazolam for when I spin up a little bit extra. I need refills on these. And now you have to figure out, well, what do I do with this patient? And so they end up rewriting that one. And then it goes through a period of what we can identify as almost 2 to 2.5 years it takes to really get to know patients enough to where you can have those directed conversations of, this is not the appropriate pathway for you. We need to decrease this. So there's a period of time before you can really build trust, before you can get to know a patient, and then almost apologize on behalf of medicine as a whole for us putting you on these medications at these doses and in these situations. And just for things like benzodiazepines, it can take easily up to a year to effectively wean somebody off of benzodiazepines safely. So having to continually prescribe a combination of opioids and benzodiazepines, especially for people who've taken over a practice, is the norm. It should be trending in a way that it's decreasing the total amounts of all of those and decreasing the total percentage of patients within that practice on it. But I think it's more of, instead of a snapshot, really needs to be viewed as a film over time and watch that trend rather than any instantaneous snapshot of somebody's patient panel, the number of people on a certain substance, and that without context, because that can be really dangerous. One, to those patients, because if that person feels trapped, they'll just leave because they're early enough inside there. And then all of a sudden we have 2,300 patients without a primary care doc to help them. When ultimately, if we help them develop some basic new policies and procedures, which exist and are pretty easy to implement, if we give them access to subject matter experts to be able to say, how do I talk with this patient? How do I change these medications? How do I identify those with an active substance use disorder more effectively? And then ultimately, the training on assessment and treatment around addiction becomes important, because there's going to be a subset of those, anywhere from 10 to 25%, depending on which literature you look at, probably meet criteria for an opioid use disorder or polysubstance use disorder. And then training and multimodal pain treatment. Like, what can they do to help them? Who should they be sending them to? How do they explain it to the patient? How do they make sure that they're getting the help that they need? And really motivational interviewing. And for those on the phone that are not physicians and listening into this, I want you to recognize that I agree that we should already know this, but we don't. I mean, as someone who trained in residency in the early 2000s as an emergency medicine physician in a deeply urban location in Philadelphia and working in Camden, I knew everything there was to know about what's going to happen if a bullet goes through your chest. And if that happened to you, you would be happy to see me, because I had seen a lot of that and felt very comfortable with that. But if you had a substance use disorder, I wasn't trained how to talk to you about that. I wasn't trained how to interact with you in a way that sees you as a human being. I was trained to see you as a toxidrome. I was trained to see you as a withdrawal management case. And that is unfortunately how the state of medical training was up until recently. And even still now, at probably half of the medical schools and residencies, that's still the modality of training. It's a medical conundrum I'm fixing, not a human being I'm helping. And so we do have a long way to go on this. And I would be in full agreement if you say that the current approach to chronic pain partially rests on the shoulder of poorly trained physicians. If not mostly, my answer would be yes, that's true. And we have a long way that we can go and a lot more that we can learn to be better at this, to recognize both our unconscious and conscious biases and how we approach chronic pain, and those of color and those of the different sex and those of a different sexual orientation. All of the literature surrounds that says that the way in which we approach pain control in the larger population is easily could be labeled as racist and sexist if you look at the population level. And I know those are very strong words, but I think that the data backs that up pretty clearly. For that type C doctor, these can go either way. They're in a scary place because they have to have a pretty solid internal struggle with how they're going to approach patients, and maybe if they're in the right field, and maybe if they're in the right specialty. I've counseled independently a number of practitioners in the setting about how to appropriately set boundaries, about how to appropriately have a conflictual interaction with a patient that's not really conflictual. That's this is where we need to go based on the data and the science. And when they say, well, I know my body and you don't, you answer, that's true. So my job is to use the best data science and math I have to help us match what you're telling me about your body with what medicine tells me is safe for it, and helping them to walk through that journey. It requires everything that we would deliver for a type B prescriber. But then we really need to have them get enhanced training in that boundary setting and helping them to learn the language to expectation set with patients that's done in such a way that they can feel confident that it's not abandoning someone to wean them off of a medication that's very dangerous or not working, that it's not an affront to better care to help somebody work through the reality that this pathway of treatment just hasn't helped. If we look at what the National Academy just put out, this is a basic strategy for how to approach if we're going to assess that the risks and benefits of starting an opioid taper, in a chronic non-cancer pain patient should look. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this. I just wanted to show you that this exists. The website's down there. And again, this just came out and had those with lived experience fully involved in the development of this. Voices from all over the country were a part of this. This wasn't a small group of academic people that just built something that's not applicable like we are so used to seeing in the real world. But this is, I think, can be a helpful starting place. It's not an end-all be-all. There's not one. We are in the process nationally in updating all of the pain treatment guidelines and trying to consolidate the commonalities into a single approach that has common core competencies that need to be taught and delivered by a practitioner that's going to be treating someone with pain. And I think making sure that we understand what the science is and having a conversation that utilizes common vernacular will be a really good starting point. And I think this report helps to set that, at least that piece up, as these new guidelines that are much more comprehensive, much more data informed than the original CDC guidelines, so that they can really help us to take a pragmatic approach to not only an individual patient, but to a practitioner who's having to see thousands of patients, many of which complain of chronic daily pain all the time. And in conclusion to all of that, there is no perfect one size fits all. And we always say that. You can't say, I'm going to do exactly a different thing for every patient. And there are pillars of approaches that we can put together. I think most providers at their core, and again, I've seen a lot, I've reviewed hundreds over the years, and I have found that the vast majority really want to do the right thing, and they may just need some support and some help. And then, helping them only improves the medical care that they deliver to their panels of patients, and in general at scale to Californians who really deserve that multimodal, thoughtful, empathetic approach to pain treatment. And with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Dr. Waller. That was fascinating. I think probably a different way to talk about it in a very frank way that you have talked about it, right? Presenting it in all of its honesty. I also respect the fact that you disclosed at the beginning that you have no skin in the game in this sense with anyone else, and I think it's probably allowed you to be this honest and talk about the realities also of what doctors face. And so I want to thank you. I do have I do want to sort of make this sort of statement, and I think we have had numerous doctors and doctor representatives who really believe that their patients cannot be weaned off of very serious and very strong prescriptions. And from your presentation, I get the impression that it can happen, but it does involve the doctor being very involved with that patient, and that there's a time element, and that it's not just going to happen overnight. We're not going to wean it overnight, but there is a possibility. And then what you think as the medical board, our role in assisting physicians get to sort of this point that you believe we should get to.
Thank you for that question, and I think it gets to the crux of now that the word is out, you know, that opioids are not the panacea of treatment of chronic pain. We have a generation of people that missed that message, and that includes providers and patients. And then there's a generation that very clearly heard that message and is working diligently not to overdo early utilization of opioids. But when we start to look at what do we do with how do we explain to a person who had debilitating chronic pain that kept them from sleeping, that kept them from interacting with their patient without raising their voice, I mean, their family without raising their voice, or getting, you know, an inability to do their work, to the first time that you wrote them a prescription for an opioid, immediately their mood stabilized, their pain felt better, and all of a sudden they felt functional. That is the most common reaction to when a chronic pain patient first gets opioids. That imprints, that memory imprints in your brain as the best moment of your life. And it's described like that to me for patients, because mostly what I see are those patients who we haven't been successful in being able to get off of opioids. And I'm asked to evaluate, do we continue? Do we get them off? Or do they have addiction? Do they not? And all of those pieces. And I think that the best answer is that it has to be a joint decision. This has to be a conversation with a person, because if they say, I don't want to get off of them, you have to follow up with the next question about why. Will they help me? It's the only thing that's ever helped me. It's the only thing that's ever allowed me to get out of bed in the morning. And then the next question would be, you didn't get out of bed that often the last 2 months. We've talked about this. Your function has gone down. Every time you show up, your pain is a 10 out of 10. And if you look back a year ago when we had this same conversation and we decided to increase your dose and your pain was a 10 out of 10, we're no better, except we're now on a higher dose of opioids. And so it's incumbent upon us to help bring the pound of reality that we need to the patients in an empathetic way, and recognize that many times ethically, keeping somebody on high dose opioids is not the right thing to do. Now, I've treated plenty of patients with sickle cell disease. I've treated patients with debilitating osteogenic disorders, and plenty of people who I would ultimately put into a palliative care category, that at this point, their pain is so debilitating and we have so few other options that the risks of the benefits of using opioids far outweigh the risks at this point. And that is a conversation that has to happen. But if you tell me you have a 28-year-old patient who had a lower back injury who somehow needs to be on 200 milligrams of oxycodone, and that's the only thing that's going to help them move through the day, I would say you suffer from a significant lack of extra learning capacity. That is, you have given up on your patient if you tell me that. There are so many other things that we can do. And yeah, is there the one out of 10,000, out of 100,000? Maybe. But I will tell you that we have to just keep in mind there is an easy way and a hard way. And the easy way for the physician is to continue to write the opioid. That's not the easy way for the patient, to be honest, because it will continue to get worse. The side effects will always be there from these large dose of opioids. The easy way for the patient may be in their mind to stay on the opioids because it's so scary to come off of those. But to be able to flip the switch from what is your goal? Well, my goal is to be pain-free. Well, that's not a goal that is true. I have a partially torn rotator cuff and a herniated L4-5. I wake up in pain every day. And I think most people, once we get up to, I'm late 40s. I mean, and I think from now on, it's only going to be worse. And I worked construction in college, and I have friends and colleagues and brothers who do those. They have chronic daily pains. And so figuring out what is the portion of pain that we have to help people behaviorally feel comfortable with, not suck it up, because that's not an appropriate answer. But here's how we're going to learn how to live with that pain. And some people can, and some people have not been able to. And so I think finding that medium individually is important for each. But most people with chronic pain don't need to be on opioids long term.
Dr. Yeh?
Hi, thank you so much, Dr. Weller. Three questions. One is a telemedicine network that organized by your professional society or by county, targeting area there's physician frontline who really have no access to this multi-modal treatment, that you actually team up with the pain specialist on the phone, on the computer, with the frontline provider, with the patient in the room, and go through consult and education and plan, so that they can have a tool to treat the patient. That's question number one. Number two is, as far as the profession is concerned, like sleep medicine, we see people who train as internists, people who train as ENT, people who train as whatever, become a sleep specialist. How about the pain management? I see people who are internists, people who are anesthesiology. They may have a different way, different way of looking at it. As the profession as a whole looking for collaborative effort to train pain specialists for the future, and this medicine for the future. Thank you.
No, thank you. For those questions. And as we start to look at the differences in knowledge base when you start this, I started as an emergency med doc, so I knew how I was trained how to treat acute pain, like your broken femur or something like that. I think a lot of people would say, I'm a pain specialist. I'm an editor on a pain and addiction book. I've written chapters, I've written papers, I've treated patients, I've been a chair of pain medicine. But at the same time, I'm not board certified in pain medicine. I feel I've kind of earned a place of knowledge, but I wouldn't hold myself up as a true board certified pain specialist. And then when we talk about an anesthesiologist, their approach to pain and their training has been very specific and in a different way, and not in looking at pain as a chronic behavioral disorder associated with nociception. So they've been treated just like I was as an ER doc to see withdrawal from opioids as a toxidrome and not a side effect of addiction in many patients. And that training has a lot to do with it. I think if you have someone who's decided to take on these patients and they're prescribing one of the deadliest medications that we have in the arsenal of medications, then they really should have done a lot of extra training. And what I mean by a lot of extra training is, not I went to a 2-hour seminar and now I have 2,000 people on opioids. That's a really scary scenario for me. And so, prior to me saying I feel comfortable doing this, it was hundreds of hours of extra training and doing interventions and getting certifications and things like this. But for the average practitioner, if you have more than 10% of your patients on opioids, you should be getting continuing ongoing education for your own safety and for your patient's safety. It's not always happen. It doesn't always happen that way. And even in anesthesia, if you're going to be a pain doctor, I would say, please go get training in empathy. And I would say, please go get training in motivational interviewing, because most of the training of an anesthesiologist, generally speaking, is with an unconscious patient. and that requires some fix to that. And my very close friend who's an anesthesiologist, if he was on this, he'd be poking me. But at the same time, I think we all have our blind spots in medicine. And that's where your point comes up, where matching somebody with something like a Project Echo and a mentor that they can connect with to help them with patients is an important aspect. The problem is that doesn't live in the payment lexicon. So peer support for the treatment of a complex pain patient is not a billable code. Telemedicine is a billable code. So having somebody who's highly trained, highly capable, and a lot of us, we all do volunteer work. I volunteer with PCSS for MAT oversight, as well as with Echo to do these Echo things. But we can't live, the system can't live off of, volunteerism to support the entirety of the primary care system with specialty level knowledge. We have to figure out how we can put together systems so that they can do it. And I think from a board standpoint, the question came up is, what can you guys do? One of the biggest things is to make sure that if you get a letter from someone that says this doctor's horrible and they're hurting they're writing all these opioids, they're killing people in my community, that one of the first things you do is try to identify what category are they in. Are they truly doing this for money? Is this somebody who inherited this practice? Is this somebody who's just overly connected? Either way, that initial evaluation should help to determine what the next intervention is. Because if they're a category A doctor, putting them on Project Echo is not going to change their practice. They're still going to do what they're going to do. But if they're a Project B, man, they would love that. What do I do? How do I help this? So putting together a network of the multitude of experts that California owns, I think is a really helpful first step. And then the third one, I really think making sure that we get really directed therapy for those practitioners who don't understand where that line is that you can cross from that enabling piece to that codependent relationship. And if you have that plus the prescribing of controlled substances, that's very problematic and can lead to a number of other pieces of behavior that you guys end up having to evaluate from practitioners, and not knowing where that line is, that professional ethical line, and really helping them to understand that. I think a lot of practitioners currently feel hunted. I think a lot of my colleagues who are in primary care trying to do the best they can, knowing they're not fully prepared, knowing they don't have access, to multimodal treatment, they feel like people are just after them. And I know that that's not the role of the medical board in any state. And nobody gets on a medical board because they want to do that. It's about how do we support, better care in the state of California. And I think the best way to do it is to understand this problem more deeply and not see it as a monolithic issue, but more as a multimodal issue itself.
Great. I see Dr. Hawkins and then Dr. Lewis.
So thank you very much. And one of the things I'd like to know from Shona is how many people are in the queue so that the public can actually have access to this expertise. So I agree that the majority of providers who are taking care of folks with chronic pain are not aware of the number and the quality of tools in their toolkit, and don't realize this is just a snap judgment. You just do it and it's over. It's easy. Right. I have those patients, and it's hard, and we have all the things we're supposed to, and it's still difficult. Yeah. So just a couple things. One is, what have you seen with curricula specific for this in medical schools and postgraduate training programs? Because if you're going in before someone's group, are you emphasizing, I'm sure you are, the importance of really having curricula that speaks to this, and folks who are in the pipeline that take care of some of these patients that I won't be taking care of 15 years from now or maybe sooner. I, like you, have pain. I wake up with pain, and I've had back surgery a couple of times, and once I get going, I'm okay. But I've never taken a narcotic for it. But that's me. So one thing is, perhaps briefly, and probably you'll be repeating, and then I just wonder if after Dr. Lewis, we can let the public talk about what they're experiencing.
Yeah, and so to talk about the educational piece, and there was just a huge study undertaken about what education is being done nationally, and I literally had just finished that conversation with National Academy of Medicine before I got on this phone call. So it's unique timing, but One of the biggest things that we identified is the elephant in the room. Education about pain shouldn't necessarily just live with the practitioner. It shouldn't just be a medical student, because the attending needs to know it, right? But let's say we train every doctor. The public needs to understand what pain treatment is too. So, we should be teaching about pain and the concept of addiction and these things all the way from K through 12 in little bite-sized pieces, because I think there's a massive misperception about pain at the general public level. And then if you're in pain and you can't get relief from things, you will grab at anything. You will grab at the next snake oil that shows up on your Google search immediately, because you are suffering and you are scared, and it is terrible to watch somebody in that situation. And I think that it is incumbent upon us not only to educate ourselves, which is being done at a few separate institutions, by no means globally. We haven't developed what are the core competencies for all of the major specialties in medicine and what they should know and how they should learn it. I think that's in the process and within the next 3 to 5 years. But we're not going to have this handled at the physician, PA, nurse practitioner level for a decade. I mean, let's be honest. That's how long it takes for things to get on board exams. That's how long it takes for things to be built into long-term curricula. We wish it would go faster. But I think the best and fastest thing that we can do is to educate the people with pain about what is pain. What does it mean that you have pain? It doesn't always mean that you have an area causing a pain signal. It may actually be that you have this repeating signal sitting in this area of your brain called central pain syndrome, which is really common in chronic pain. But they don't recognize, we haven't done a good job of educating the public. So I think from an educational standpoint, yes, everybody should be getting core curricula on the basic aspects of the neurobiology of pain, the basic approaches and the multimodal approaches to pain treatment, whether you're a nurse, whether you're a doctor, a PA, nurse practitioner, any APN, any peer, doing in this field. But the general populace needs to understand there are certain aspects of pain that are very protective and helpful. And
is that document printed yet?
No, but it's the start of it is at that website that I gave you. So the conceptual aspect, and that's coming out, but they're in the process of consolidating all of the guidelines, pulling together all the surgical specialties, the medical specialties who've written their own guidelines, and trying to figure that out. And the next phase of this over the next 2 years, we hope to actually get some direct education for those suffering from pain and just the general populace who hasn't yet suffered from pain. Eventually, you're gonna. Pain happens, and it happens to everybody at some point in time, and some for longer periods and some for shorter. But we really need to get that.
Sorry, thank you. Is that the addictionfreeca.org?
No, this was the National Academy of Medicine one, and I will make sure. I'll say this is being recorded, so I'll say it out loud in case somebody wants to go back. And that's just the NAM.edu. And there's a very long thing after that. If you go there and then you look for and just look for pain, it's right on the front page of that. But it's the best practices, research gaps, and future priorities to support tapering patients on long-term opioid therapy for chronic non-cancer pain in outpatient settings. That was made by an academic.
Thank you.
Not a layperson. Dr. Lewis.
Dr. Lewis?
Hi. Excellent presentation. One of the best I've heard in this subject. So thank you for that. I have an introduction and then I have 2 questions, and I'll be really brief. I graduated from med school in the 80s. We didn't learn about pain management. We learned from the resident, we learned from the attending. And so there was nothing in coursework or anything. And I know that's changed now. For someone like myself who works in urgent care, it's very economic driven. So patients will come in to see me and they'll be in some kind of pain. And I tried to explain that NSAIDs are appropriate and don't overdose them. You don't need a tile number 3. In fact, I've taken away all those duplicate or triplicate or all those forms. It's very difficult to have that quick conversation with patients in that setting. We're not a academic setting where you have a lot of time, and we have economic constraints, which I hate. It's not a comfortable situation. So I don't prescribe them. Anyway, that's the introduction. When does acute pain become chronic? We're treating probably too early. When the recent guidelines of the ACP that just got published, you're familiar with them, talk about treatment of acute pain with topical NSAIDs and whatever. So that's one question. And the other one is, there seems to be a fear in the X-waiver program amongst many physicians. And I know I left this California Department of Corrections, and there's such a resistance to treating inmates because of that X-waiver program, which has a lot of resistance. What are your feelings? Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. So Dr. Joe Apkarian at Northwestern is probably the foremost expert on kind of the transition between acute and chronic pain. He's a researching scientist, not a clinician. But his work really does inform how we see the changes in the brain that occur to make a pain permanent, rather than it just being something transient. What we're identifying for that transition between acute and chronic pain has a lot to do with big other impact areas like adverse childhood events, trauma, not physical trauma, but the emotional and structural trauma that occurs on a regular basis. And what people may not know is that sets the brain up for chronification of pain in a subset of the population. That if you took me and you put me in an environment of early life trauma, and you gave me the same neck injury that I had, where I had to go in and get surgery on my cervical spine, I'm more likely to currently be on opioids than me who didn't have early life trauma and doesn't need pain medicine. I just do daily PT, and I've done it for years now. I don't even think about it anymore. And I think that's a really important piece, is to recognize that how someone's life has been up until the point of injury has a lot to do with what turns into chronic pain, and not addressing that is where I think we miss massive opportunities. Now, I am in charge right now. I'm an outside consultant working specifically with the implementation of addiction treatment throughout the entirety of the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. Since January, we went from having only a handful of people on medication-assisted treatment, stabilizing an addiction, to over 4,000. We are setting up full screening, assessment, and intervention across the continuum throughout the entirety of the population in CDCR right now, which would include the 100,000 plus people being appropriately assessed and then treated once identified. We currently have a secondary project going on, led by my colleague, Donna Strugard-Fritsch, in I think it's now 42 of the 58 county jails for the utilization of medication and screening and assessment and referral once released for ongoing treatment of addiction. I would say that we don't necessarily handle pain well still in these situations, but we have gotten to a point where the new standard of care is absolutely going to be the identification and treatment of addiction in the justice-involved population, whether it's prison, whether it's jail, probation or parole, or diversionary programs. It is the number one most identifiable disease in this population. 70 to 80% of people that are incarcerated meet for a substance use disorder. They have a 60 times increase of overdose once released, if not being treated, as compared to the general population. Let me say that stat again: 60 times the increased risk of accidental overdose as compared to their cohort that had not been in the justice system. Not 60%, 60 times. And just the utilization of medication and good transfer of care decreases their risk of death by 60%. And there are no other medical interventions that do that. So I think as we look at the totality of this population, we find that they are at the highest risk of these things like adverse childhood events, which can create chronification of pain, an increased risk for substance use disorder and co-occurring mental illness. And if we treat that population and the pregnant and parenting group of population along with that, we will kind of hit what we call the pinnacle point on the Pareto curve, which means the least amount of work for the biggest amount of outcome. And I think that is the main focus of California moving forward for sure.
Dr. Mahmood?
Denise, I was wanting to make a comment too.
Okay. Dr. Mahmood?
Okay, good. No.
Go ahead, Dr. Thorpe, go ahead.
Dr. Thorpe, go ahead. I'll do after that.
Thanks, Dr. Waller, for your presentation. So I'm an internist in Butte County, so one of the highest areas of the Northern California.
Yeah.
And have had the same experience. I was trained and finished my medicine residency in 1980, 81. I came to Butte County. And probably for the first 15 years of my practice, I could count on one hand the amount of triplicates I wrote. We just didn't, we either ignored pain or treated it like it didn't really exist, or treated it with, anti-inflammatories, or certainly didn't treat it with narcotics in the same way that maybe a few Tylenol number 3, but not hydrocodone, not oxycodone. That was just hardly ever done. But after the legislature in the late 80s, early 90s made those changes, then we have a population of people who became significantly entitled to get pain treatment. Not only, and with legitimate reasons. I mean, some people were undertreated for pain and didn't have their pain. So I appreciate your approach in the sense that you recognize the complexity of the chronic pain patient, that it's a multimodal thing. So 2 questions. One of them is, multimodal is great when it works, but there are people it doesn't work for. As you know, I mean, there are people who go through the interventional injections, go through spinal cord stimulators, and the spinal cord stimulator actually makes their pain worse. It doesn't really help their pain.
Sure.
So what about those folks who can't function, significantly can't function, can't play golf, can't get out of bed without pain, can't sleep without pain? For those people who have gone through the multimodal approach but are still in pain, opioids still seem like they have a role to play. And I'm talking about a number of elderly folks who just, they're not in their 30s or 40s. These are 60, 70, 80-year-old people who are struggling with chronic pain. And then we treat them with anti-inflammatories, and they have issues with chronic kidney disease and ulcer disease and issues that, I realize there's side effects to everything, but I guess that's my question. Well, there's 2 questions I had. One of them is, how do you propose to provide this support training program for all the clinicians out there that are trying to do the right thing but are overwhelmed? And number 2, how do we deal with these people that don't respond to the multimodal therapy?
Yeah, those are great questions. So the first is I don't think that we help our patients to help themselves very well. I think that we don't give them ways in which they can empower themselves to better their own pain. I'll give you just an easy example. So mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, and I will say this as I'm a neuromolecular biologist by training before I went to medical school. And so the first time that somebody talked about this to me, I was like, it's voodoo. But then when you look at the data, it's neck deep in data of how significantly it will allow someone to help control their own pain. We utilize mindfulness-based cognitive therapy in the training of our special forces because it allows them to get shot in the thigh, finish a mission, separate pain from emotion. The problem is that when pain becomes intertwined with emotion, people become non-functional. And this is the biggest problem that most of the patients that are refractory to multimodal treatment is they have literally built new white matter tracts in their brain that prefer, not the person preferring. So they neurobiologically prefer pain to be there because it now fits that permanent white matter tract that goes to the emotional portion of their brain, what we call the spinomesencephalic tract, that basically correlates anything painful with a negative emotional response. You stub your toe, they catastrophize as a default. And it's not their fault. They're not making that decision. It is a reaction to that. And so there's a subset of the population that has so neurologically been debilitated by this chronic pain and the emotional contextual aspects of it, that the only way that we can get on top of it is to use something that is a volume knob that is louder than their brain. And so this is where we have to get into the conversation about risks and benefits of different medical modalities, and whether those are serotonin norepinephrine type medications, whether it's gabapentinoids type medications for neuropathic pain, whether it's CBD-based medications, for those with chronic pain, whether it's opioids. All of these have a risk and a benefit. Most lack data at the population level. But as you well know, the way that we look at data in medicine is flawed for the small populations. It does not help us make a decision for that 0.5%. So if something is 95% effective, it's 5% ineffective. And so as we start to look at the individuals, yeah, there is a small population of patients who we may have to default to opioids. And it's unfortunate because those have significant side effects as well. It messes with their sleep, makes it worse most of the time. It increases the risk for hyperalgesia, increases, constipation. And in the elderly, that can become a significant pathology. It changes coordination. They may have increase in falls. It changes cognitive capabilities. They may have less the ability to learn or emotionally respond. So we just have to take everything that we do into the larger picture of contextual reality, that some people are stuck. And the best we can do is to palliate them. And that's why I say there's a subset of the population with chronic pain who are so debilitated from it that we have to take more of a palliative care approach. And in that subset, which again is, I think, a pretty small subset, opioids might be the only thing that we can really get to override their internal mechanisms of pain.
Thank you. Dr. Mahmood?
Dr. Waller, thank you. Such a wonderful presentation. So I'm a pulmonologist and internist, and I practice and see this every day. What my concern is, most of the people who are on chronic pain medications, narcotics or opioids, many of them over the period of weeks to months to a year get on benzodiazepines, either for anxiety or for sleep, and their doses go up and up. Then they get on neuroleptics or antidepressants and some drugs for like Neurontin for the neuropathies.
Right.
A patient who's taking a pain medication for pain, if he continue to take in a year time, I have seen this invariably end up getting 4 or 5 different kind of modalities. And that is what usually is the cause for their intoxication or overdose effect or death. When will be the time when you think, after how many months, a primary care doctor or an internist, a person who's working in the community, should make an alarm that, okay, this is getting worse and he should get off the hand instead of giving Soma and OxyContin and Librium and Xanax and Buspar, all those medications, now keep on writing them before that, and somebody goes and die, and that person is reported, and then he's losing license. When should be a board should look into this thing? Okay, if somebody is taking this many medication, that person should be referred to somebody who's specialist like you, or somebody who can handle better, so that we can help the communities and probably bring more education into primary care doctors. That just keep on increasing the number of medicine is not going to solve the problem. Actually, it's just going to exacerbate the problem, and it's going to create more problem for people who are practicing otherwise, because that will just go on. Those people go on and tell their neighbors and their friends, their doctor is a good guy, he gives this one, I'm sleeping well, I'm doing well, and one day he doesn't wake up.
Yeah, and that happens a lot, and that's basically medical panic is what I call it, because at this point, you don't know what to do. You're unwilling or unable to admit that you don't know what to do to the patient. You're unwilling to just sit with them and say, I'm lost. I don't know what to do. And instead, we feel like doing something is the best next thing. And what this turns into, especially if you look at it in the context of somebody with a moderate to large panel size, is they have their basic check boxes you got to do so you get paid for that visit, and patients come in and they have 1 or 2 things they can talk about. and they call on different days because these things aren't synchronized for refills on meds. And so you're not really having the conversation of, oh, you're on the combination of meds that's most likely to kill you in the next 30 days. And I was doing that to try to help you. So we have to look at each of these things individually, because people will start doing things. And I think gabapentin is one of the bigger offenders of this, because we felt like, well, we can't use opioids, so now I'm going to put everybody on gabapentin. It's only good for neuropathic pain, and it's only really helpful for a subset of neuropathic pain. That is the most common versions of it. And so just by putting people on this, it's again, just throwing something else into the mix to do something. It's no different, I think, for SSRIs or SNRIs, because again, most of these things have to do with central and neuropathic pain approaches. And if you don't pay attention to those, then what you're going to end up with is exactly what you talked about, which is a polysubstance situation. And we should remember the research for these are always done, or generally speaking done, individually. So when the FDA approves a medication for an indication and a specific outcome is shown, it's usually done by itself, meaning this is the study for an opioid. This is the study for an SSRI. This is the study for a gabapentin. When you start adding all these medications together, we don't know what we're doing. I don't know how that's reacting in the brain. I don't know what it's doing metabolically when somebody's, got a mild amount of renal failure, or somebody's got a mild amount of liver failure, and the system's not acting right in the way in which it works with it. And for benzos, it's a little bit of a special case, because I honestly, the data doesn't support chronic utilization of benzodiazepines for anything other than severe persistent mental illness refractory to other treatments, and intermittent, meaning 3 to 4 times of use per month for panic disorder. And when I say 3 to 4 times per month, I mean single immediate pill 3 to 4 times per month for refractory, not taking 3 doses a day plus a breakthrough dose. Benzos are misprescribed as much or more than anything else out there. And because again, if somebody is scared, if somebody is not sleeping, if somebody is having a hard time in their life, you take that med and it does kind of make you feel a lot better. But long term, it changes the way in which the brain perceives its natural world, and it no longer reacts the way that it was meant to react. And so we remove somebody's ultimate free will by putting them on all of these medications and modifying the way that decisions are made, emotions are had, and pain is felt. And this happens every time. And as I see these patients, when I would see them on all of these medications, I would sit down, and again, I would always just start with an apology. And I think you have to just slowly whittle down until you get them there. Vast majority of patients can get completely off of benzodiazepines and feel better. The vast majority of patients can get completely off of opioids and feel better. And so figuring out how we have these conversations is not trivial. It's not like a PowerPoint conversation. All of a sudden you have the magic ability to have that conversation. It's work. You need to get 20, 30 hours of training and motivational interviewing to really understand. It may feel like a hostage negotiation, trying to get a patient who's been on opioids for 15 years to want to think about getting them off. And it almost is. It's complex. But the reality is it is worth it at the end for those that have the capacity to get there. But if we forcefully do it, and we do it in a mean way, meaning you're fired from my practice, or if you don't do this, I can no longer write it, good luck, I'll find somebody else. It really starts to breach a lot of the ethics that we said that we would uphold. And that's where I get to worry is on both sides of this. I'm not going to use any of these medications because I don't want to worry about the board looking at me, or I'm going to use all of these because I think that's what's the best thing for the patient. Those are both wrong, right? The middle ground is where the data lives. The middle ground is where the patient centeredness lives. And I think we have to really focus on those aspects to get it there. And to the earlier question about what do I do in the 10 minutes in an urgent care for somebody who wants an opioid for pain, is the answer is the risk far outweighs the benefit, and I can't in good conscience do it. And I apologize for us not having a better way to treat pain, but we're still bad at it. That's an okay conversation to have in 10 seconds, and just admit it. We're not as smart as we want to think with all these pictures on our walls and all these degrees that we have. And it's okay. We have gaps, but we can be there with them, can sit with them. You can tell them you understand and want it to get better and work with them to do it, but we shouldn't be putting them at risk because of our incompetence or inability to emotionally connect.
I've got a quick question.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Waller. This was mind-blowingly informative. My question is that, we make, as a board, we make judgments on these opiate cases, and you just opened a whole new world by categorizing it in A, B, and C. Now, in the B category, when we decide on educational training, do you suggest that training is theoretical or practical or both in order for us to best put those doctors in when we let them out, probably over a probationary period, watch them? What is the best that in your experience you've observed? Is it just the theoretical or is it both? Or one?
I think that, so if you teach the practical and it works, they'll learn the theoretical on their own because it will be interesting. I start with the practical, start the thing that they can do tomorrow that will change the outcome of a patient. I would focus, don't sit them down and start talking about, here's inflammatory pain in the pathway and neuropathic pain in the pathway, and here's your spinothalamic tract and your spinomesencephalic tract and your spinoendocrine. Nobody cares, man. What do I do for my guy tomorrow? I mean, that's what they want to know. What do I do? I have 5 appointments tomorrow. 2 of these people cry every time they show up because they can't live through this anymore. I don't know what to do. I feel horrible when I go home. I'm angry at my wife because I can't do. I mean, this is what I hear from practitioners who really ultimately want help. And what they need is practical next steps. And once that works for them and they recognize that, I mean, we're all, if you're a doctor, you don't mind learning. It's just you want something that's going to help you. And if you find that it helps you, you're going to want to learn more about it. And so I start with the practical and give them access to the theoretical.
Thank you. A quick question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
For me to learn, what do you suggest a resource that can equip me as a board member and us as board members to better to give us insight into this? Just a resource, something quick that you've written or that is accessible to someone that is not a doctor like myself.
Well, I would say that the National Academy paper, it did a pretty good job. It's probably still a little doctory heavy on this side. And it leads to my point where I feel like this is a real gap that places like the California Healthcare Foundation or the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation can lean into to help translate these really complex issues to people. I mean, they deserve to understand this because they should expect that we can help them with their pain. And if we can't, they should understand why. And we should help them with the things that we can help them with, which is maybe it's just sitting with the fact that you have a disease I can't fix, a chronic pain syndrome I can't fully control. And how do we now go through acceptance and commitment therapy together so that ultimately at the end of this, you just recognize this is where it is and you move on. We have therapies for this. The underutilization of those, I think, is a problem, but it's also our inability to have a conversation with the patient in a way that they can understand it. They don't need to know, that lamina 3 interneurons use NMDA as the intermediary of that. Who cares, man? Nobody really cares. What they want to know is, you're not going to write me for an opioid? Why? You should have a really quick answer for that. Because it's number 1 killer of people under 50 accidentally. And what we found is that if I put you on it for longer than a few days, I might actually make your pain worse and I may put you at risk. So let's really try hard not to do that. Let's try to gather a whole bunch of other stuff that we know works. And then, the motivational interviewing and stuff that goes along that. But the best thing you can ever do for somebody to get better is to get something that they can control. And that's why I do kind of mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, because there are a bunch of the research is rock solid. We see actual anatomical changes in the brain from this on a functional MRI basis. And for anybody who preaches one extreme to the other, well, opioids are terrible, so they got to use marijuana, or marijuana is bad, and terrible, so they got to use this, or anybody who's hyperbolic, I would just turn it off. There's nothing about this that's black and white, man. This is all in the middle. And if anybody tries to sell you snake oil as a provider or a patient, you should be very leery. There's just not one. If there was, open the doors, give it all away. There's risk and benefit to all of this. And I think it's our job to explain that, to let people realize we're just not that good at this yet.
So Alejandra, thank you for your presentation and for also addressing adverse childhood experiences as a piece of this. I have a question. I wonder if you could speak to a different aspect of this, which is how, whether or not insurance companies recognize or cover some of these multimodal approaches factor into this toolkit. Because as a patient myself, I had a very extensive spinal fusion surgery as a child, and I've been able to not take anything because of having regular physical therapy that is covered by insurance that can be long-term, right? So for this long-term chronic pain management for patients, it's always a factor of cost, and if that's able to be covered and they're not just given 6 to 10 visits and then they're done. So how much does that factor into this arsenal that you're talking about?
Well, I think the way that we integrate physical therapy into the daily medical care of someone is just kind of funny because it doesn't match any of the literature. The literature is that, long-term physical therapy, and strengthening around, let's say it's back pain. When I had herniated my disc, I'm a runner and I couldn't run for a few months and it was frustrating. So I had an injection. I did PT on my own every day and then once a week for that. And I continued. And finally at 6 months, I could run again. That's a hard thing to think about as a patient. You mean 6 months from now? And so trying to figure out what a toolkit would look like for patients to be able to at least understand it. Because if they can understand it, they can own it and they can do that. And there are a lot of different little patient pamphlets, but I honestly haven't found one that does a good job of translating these really complex things that have to happen into a way that people can sit with and be okay. And we've created this animal in our country as a cultural phenomenon of instant need of fix on things. And it makes this job a lot harder. It makes it really difficult to tell somebody that it's going to take 6 months of hard work before you can do the thing that you wanted. But they're like, I got to go work tomorrow. And that's a whole different conundrum that we get into when we start to talk about the people who have to work on a regular basis with pain. So if I'm a construction worker or I work in any industry that requires a lot of physical labor and I have a lot of pain, I can't go to physical therapy this many days a month. I can't miss those shifts. I want to get fired, So, there's a lot of things that we see in the literature that look great, but just don't turn into reality when we hand them off to a patient. And if people really knew, so for those of you who practice medicine understand this, but we rarely say it out loud. These are the inside thoughts that we have, but we should probably just be louder. If I write a PT script, what I get back is a form letter from the physical therapist that says that I did this, this, and this. Do you agree with my mode of treatment? I'm not a physical therapist. Why am I having to sign off on what you're supposed to do? And also, please tell me something I need, not like 7 pages of little checkboxes because it meets a payment code. It's not helpful. It doesn't, and I don't know if the patient's actually been helped. I don't know if they put forth full effort. And that's most doctors. They send them to quote PT, they disappear to these appointments. Maybe they go once, maybe they go 3 times and they don't come back. So if we're looking at it from a payment side, I think, the payer really has to figure out how to make things, and there are ways to do this, how to not make things so checkbox so that if they're going to actually expand appropriate treatment for patients with pain, that it's meaningful, that you're doing things that we know have positive outcome and it's interconnected with the remainder of the treatment that they get. And I think, ultimately setting appropriate expectations out of the gate is the best thing that we can do for someone status post an acute injury. But also if they come in and say, I've had this pain for 6 months, what are you going to do about it? Being able to have that conversation. And from a toolkit standpoint, if you look at, there's a toolkit we built with Stanford that we put out. It's nastoolkit.org. It's not about pain. This is about neonatal abstinence syndrome, but we put that together. And I think something like that's patient facing could be really helpful. And that would, you guys are about to have, and I say you guys, the state of California is about to have a lot of money come down from opioid settlements and all of this stuff. This is a real rare opportunity to build these structures, to have education and patient-facing tools that they can themselves start to have some ideas so that they don't go on the wild goose chases that they find online, and to really feel empowered with the ability to get this stuff taken care of. And so I think there's a lot of room, I think, as a board, that's responsible for the oversight of the licensed professionals that deliver medical care in the state of California. I mean, your job is to help make it safe, but also to be fair to those that are delivering that care. And what I mean by fair is make sure we get to the why as much as the what. And that why answers a lot of questions. Is the why because you're not educated? Well, let's give you an opportunity to get educated. Is that why because you're the ultimate embodiment of a drug dealer just with a white coat? Then yeah, you should go to jail and lose your license. And we should just be okay with those things. But I think getting to the why and then allowing patients to understand how to empower themselves with individual providers is the best next step. And we do have a horizon which will allow for that, at least the monetary development of those things.
Great.
I feel like I got a little tangential though. Did I fully answer your question, Alejandra?
Okay, so just for the sake of time, if this is not, if you, any of the other members have a question that has really not been clarified in the discussion, in the presentation or the discussion that we've had amongst the members, I'd like to move to public comment. So if there's something that we haven't heard yet that you want to ask a question out, please do. But if not, I'd like to move to the public.
If I may, President Pines, just a quick question, clarifying question.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Waller, and to my colleagues for this discussion. So Doc, if I'm a practitioner and right now I know I want to improve my policies, my guidelines, I'd like help reviewing my panel, what are some first steps that I can do? Where do I go?
Yeah, so, the first, right now we're in this weird time is that we have a bunch of version 1s of pain protocols that are out there, pain treatment protocols and guidelines. Version 2 really is going to come out early next year from all of these societies. So one thing you can do is identify that you have to get yourself training specifically in motivational interviewing. And people will always say, oh, you got to learn how to talk better. No, there's a real science to this. Like how you talk to people is specific and meaningful. Language really does matter in the way it's presented. So that piece. The second piece is to understand that the general aspects of the treatment of any pain, whether it be a chronic migraine headache disorder, or whether that be back pain, cancer pain, or any of those things, is that you always have a physical concept, a physical construct, a mental construct, and then a community construct. And that community can be how it's perceived in their household, how it's perceived by friends and neighbors and those things. But then also dealing with both of those pieces. I haven't found now the National Academy has done a pretty good job with this, but again, it's still step 1. So I think a lot of the basic, at least tapering protocols and some language around that have been consolidated, and other language is going to come out. But all of the major guidelines are being reconstructed right now because of what we've learned. We learned that they were a little bit, well, not a little bit, in some aspects, pretty draconian in their approach and probably put people at risk as much as they helped people. But and so those are moving there. But ultimately, anybody who's on a controlled substance for pain should get a reevaluation from a biopsychosocial risk model and say, how are you feeling? How's your function? And refocus on that.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Waller. That was amazing. Okay, Sean, we're going to move to public comments now.
Okay, I've gone ahead and opened up the Q&A box. If anyone would like to make a public comment, please indicate that you would. First up, here I have Eric Andrews. Eric, are you there? Eric, are you there?
Hello?
Go ahead, Eric.
It's so nice that you moved the agenda items to accommodate this single speaker. Remember the San Diego meeting in October of 2019 when you went into closed session at the very beginning of the meeting and sent everyone out of the room and made hundreds of attendees who were there to talk about vaccines wait forever while you had your private meeting, making them pay even more for the expensive downtown San Diego parking? Remember that? This is what I mean by about not only your written agendas, but your clear agenda to not treat public with the same respect you have for each other and your invited guests. Your disdain and superiority is not as invisible as most of you seem to think.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Rosie Arthur's-Daughter. Rosie, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much. Dr. Waller, I did email you offline, and for those who reviewed the minutes from the last meeting, there had been a request for a presentation on intractable pain pursuant to California law and the definition thereof. This category of patients would be a subset and might fall into your category D if you had it. These are people who, for whatever reason, there is a medical condition or physical reason, there's a tangible reason for the pain they suffer from, like you mentioned, palliative care for somebody with sickle cell. And there are other bleeding disorders and things like that that may fall into that same category. Sometimes the only symptom a person may have of a bleeding disorder is pain because of the capricious nature of it. So there are a group of patients who have failed back surgery, have had infections, have any number of physical reasons, medical conditions that the use of opioids and or other medications or other controlled medications is their only option. Now in your little decision tree, you did have that, but the end goal was tapering. This was what the presentation was designed to address. And for the general practitioner, it may be a small percentage. For the pain management practices, it's a large percentage of what they have to deal with. And then patients come in being told they're being forced to taper. They have heart attacks when they're prescribed naproxen instead of the opioid medication they've been having. They have, like the VA study you talk about, they change their Norco to Prozac, and then they try to commit suicide. It's a problem. Now, we've been promised in this system to have a workforce, task force to work on it, to have a pain summit. Everything you say is useful, but it only applies to a certain group of people and not the people with intractable pain. An important part of the law
15 seconds remain.
is that people can reject a treatment. Now, you shouldn't have to have 15 back surgeries or painful shots, etc., if you can be treated in a way that is more humane. Now, the people may not be considered palliative, and there's a dilemma in the semantics. Anyway.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, Ms. Pines, I do not see any additional requests for public comment.
Okay, great. We're going to move to agenda item 14, update, discussion, and possible action of proposed agenda from the Midwifery Advisory Council. Ms. Holzer. Ms. Holzer?
Oh, can you hear me?
Now we can.
Sorry about that. Good morning. So,
Good morning.
our requested action is that the medical board approve the following agenda items for the next MAC meeting: establishing goals for the MAC, midwifery related legislation, report from the MAC chair, update on the midwifery program, report from the task force on the licensed annual report, the LMAR, and discussion on proposed regulatory language, approval of minutes from August 20th, 2020 meeting, vote on the upcoming MAC meeting dates for 21, discussion and possible action on removal of the practice guidelines for California licensed midwives from the website, selection of a new MAC member, one public, discussion and possible action on draft letter to the birth certificate clerks and Social Security office report from the task force and discussion regarding Medi-Cal-related issues, discussion and possible action regarding legislative solution to address the stalemate regulations for licensed midwives. And we would also like to add one that isn't on the list here in your packet, which is to add a discussion and possible action on the creation of a midwifery board.
Okay. Can I call a motion to approve the proposed agenda with an exception of taking agenda item number 8, discussion and removal of the practice guidelines for CLMs off the agenda?
So moved. A second. So moved. Second, Dr. Hawkins.
Are there any questions or comments from the members? Are there any questions, or well, rather, are there any comments, public comments?
Go ahead and open up the Q&A window if anyone would like to make a public comment. Agenda item 15, the proposed agenda for the Midwife Advisory Council. I'm sorry, I renumbered it in my head. It was 14 on the actual agenda. At this time, I do not see any requests for public comment, so.
Okay, Ms. Caldwell, please perform the roll call.
Ms. Campoverde?
Aye.
Dr. Gonadev?
Aye.
Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Dr. Kraus?
Yes.
Ms. Lawson?
Yes.
Ms. Lubiano?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Aye.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Yes.
Dr. Tirado?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins? Dr. Yip?
Aye.
Ms. Pines?
Yes. Moving to the next item, 15, discussion and possible action of recommendations from the Midwifery Council. Ms. Holzer again. So I've looked at this, and instead of making an emotion to, well, Ms. Holzer, I'm gonna let you move forward making your recommendation. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, we actually voted to bring this candidate to you back in March, and we didn't have a quorum. So then we had to do it again in August. So we've been waiting for this new member to be appointed now for a little while, and we would like to make the recommendation to appoint Ms. Tesa Kurin, licensed midwife, to the open vacancy of the licensed midwife position, effective December 1st, 2020, for a 3-year term.
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Great. Are there any questions or comments from the members? Any comments from the public?
Okay, I've gone ahead and opened up the Q&A window if anyone would like to make a public comment. Just one comment that it's a little difficult to hear Ms. Holzer. If
yeah, I was going to say,
if you could move a little closer maybe to your microphone or something, might help improve that.
Is that
It almost sounds like you're having some bandwidth issues too. I know when we tested out earlier, you weren't having that problem. I'd go ahead and disable your video because that will just slow things down. But
oh, okay.
maybe just speak it a little louder too if your microphone's like on the monitor or something like that.
Okay, right.
We'll go and give that a shot. But
yeah.
I don't see any other public comment requests at this time.
Okay, great. Ms. Caldwell, please perform the roll call for the
Ms.
recommended
Campoverdi?
appointment.
Aye.
Dr. Gonadev?
Aye.
Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Dr. Kraus?
Yes.
Ms. Lawson?
Yes.
Ms. Lubiano?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Aye.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Yes.
Dr. Torado?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins? Dr. Yip?
Yes.
Ms. Pines?
Yes. Great. The recommended appointment is approved. Members, please mute your computers. We will now move to agenda item 16, discussion and possible action on the revisions to the practice guidelines for California licensed midwives. Ms. Holzer.
Yes, so back in 2005, the board approved the standard of care for the California licensed midwives AB 1308, which removed the authority for Title 16 California Code of Regulations, Section 1379.19, which authorizes standards of care for California licensed midwives. The Midwifery Advisory Council developed the practice guidelines for California licensed midwives at its March 27th, 2014 meeting, and the board approved the guidelines at its May 2014 quarterly board meeting. The MAC reviewed revisions to the practice guidelines for California licensed midwife at its recent March meeting. After further discussion at its August 2020 meeting, the MAC voted to approve the revised guidelines. So our recommendation is that the board approve our recommended revisions.
Significant changes in the guidelines, and I believe that we should have an interested party to discuss the guidelines and the changes that are recommended by MAC so that all parties are present, because this is pretty significant of a change. So I want to move forward with an interested parties meeting and get any questions and comments from the members.
Second the motion.
Dave Gonadev, I totally agree.
President Pines?
Yes.
May I just ask a question? I think that's a terrific recommendation. I'm just curious as to whether you have suggestions as to particular stakeholders, or whether we're going to provide direction to the board staff to, come up with that interested parties list. I just want to make sure it's comprehensive and captures the full group of stakeholders.
I completely agree. Yes, I want to sort of defer to staff to determine who the parties should be at the table, who should be invited, and making sure that the date is a good date to convene. Hopefully before we are able to have our next board meeting, so that we can have this back as an agenda item for discussion.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure that the MAC will be represented in that conversation so that they can present the reasons and the background for their proposal, because the changes are relatively significant changes.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, the MAC has to be at the table, of course. Yeah, we want to make sure that they are well represented and with all their constituents.
Ms. Pines?
Yes, Dr. Gonadev?
Yeah, the only other recommendation I'll add to that is make sure that the leadership of the board, along with the staff, are involved in who is going to be part of this, along with MAC, who else is going to be part of this interested parties.
Okay. Does any other member have any comments, recommendations, suggestions to this interested parties meeting?
Well, one comment I would make is that we have had, meetings, interested party meetings, trying to make our regulations as required by the law, and the interested parties that the medical board has felt need to be there have not been able to have reached a stalemate as far as, agreeing on the scope of practice of licensed midwives, and specifically ACOG. And ACOG, really, I don't quite understand why ACOG should have any say in the guidelines or scope of practice of licensed midwives.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Ms. Webb, do we at this point need to identify 2 board members who will be a part of the interested parties meeting?
It sounds like you're thinking about creating a task force.
Yeah, I don't think we need to. Do we need to do a task force? I don't think we need to do a task force.
And just
I'll
so
take your
that
recommendation.
Just so that the members know with interested parties meetings that the type that I think is being contemplated here, it would be a noticed meeting where an agenda would go out to all of our subscribers, and we can also, target invited members of the community, such as from CALM and CAM. Those are midwifery organizations, as well as CMA, ACOG, because it's a patient safety issue, and at least that way the members would have information on which to base a decision, and hopefully at that point too, maybe we'll know a little more about what the legislature intends to do with the sunset item for a new licensed midwife board.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from members?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I would recommend that you appoint this task force. The president has the right to appoint 2 members, so that way we'll have 2 members present for any of these bigger issues. We always have 2 members.
Okay. Can I start with member volunteers?
This is Howard. I'm happy to participate.
Thank you, Dr. Krause. Can I get one more?
I'm happy to participate.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Lawson. Okay. Now I'm going to move to public comments.
Okay, we've activated the Q&A window. If anyone would like to make a public comment, please indicate, and there you would. Okay, first up we have Ryan Spencer. Ryan, are you there?
I am.
Please go ahead.
Ryan Spencer on behalf of the American College of OBGYN's District 9 ACOG. I did have some comments regarding these changes in the guidelines, but given that you are putting together a task force, we of course would ask to be included on the task force, and I appreciate the recognition to that fact. So I'll withhold my comments, but just to reiterate, I think what Ms. Webb said, this does involve patient safety. There are some provisions in there which we believe do venture into the practice of medicine, and I think that is why we should have an interested role in these discussions. So we appreciate the inclusion, and thank you very much for that suggestion.
Great.
Thank you, Ryan. Next up, we have Yvonne Chung. Yvonne, are you there?
I am. Good morning. Yvonne Chung with the California Medical Association. We also support holding an interested parties meeting prior to moving forward with these guidelines, and we agree with the format as proposed by the president. We've reviewed the guidelines and we had multiple concerns. And again, I won't get into detail because we will be holding an interested parties meeting, but a lot of our concerns were around the definition of well woman care and the extent to which that may venture into the practice of medicine, and the extent to which that those services are not covered in the statute in the midwifery scope of practice. But we look forward to working with the board and would like to be included in information about the interested parties meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comments. Next up, we have Eric Andrews. Are you there?
I'm here.
Please go ahead.
Just a reminder, our organization is called the Patient Safety League, and there's an organization called Consumer Watchdog. And it's interesting how when Carrie and all of you bring up things about interested parties meeting, CMA always comes up first as the people to ask. That's an organization that's meant to protect doctors. And only 1/3 of California's doctors belong to that organization, so they don't even represent all of the doctors in the state. So I would request respectfully that when you talk about interested parties meetings that specifically go towards patient safety, you don't think about CMA first. Think about the Patient Safety League and Consumer Watchdog, because we're the ones out there working towards patient safety. The CMA is working towards doctor salaries, basically. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Rosanna Davis. Rosanna, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Rosanna Davis with California Association of Licensed Midwives. We welcome the opportunity to put these guidelines through an official regulatory process. And we hope that the medical board will cease to continue participating in regulatory capture of the midwifery program by the medical associations, by more heavily weighting what it is that CMA and ACOG want to control in the midwifery program.
Okay, thank you for your public comment. At this time, I don't see any additional requests in queue.
Great. So we have a motion on the table to hold an interested party meeting on the revisions to the practice guidelines for California licensed midwives. And we have a second. Ms. Cotwell, please perform the roll call.
Ms. Campoverde?
Aye.
Dr. Gonadev? Dr. Gonadev? Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Dr. Kraus?
Yes.
Ms. Lawson?
Yes.
Ms. Lubiano?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Aye.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Yes.
Dr. Tirado?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins?
Aye.
Dr. Yip?
Yes.
Ms. Pines?
Yes. Great. Now moving to.
Fines?
Yes.
I just go for 30 seconds outside. I'm yes. Sorry, I missed you all.
Got it. Thank you.
Moving to the next item, which is item 18, update on the Physician Assistant Board, Dr. Hawkins.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon again. Well, it's morning. I expect to be speaking in the afternoon. Okay. Good morning. I was appointed to the Physician Assistant Board by Governor Newsom in August of this year. Physician assistants are mid-level medical practitioners who practice under the direction of a licensed physician. PAs provide primary and specialty care services, including performing examination, ordering tests, and prescribing medication. The primary responsibility of the board is to protect California consumers from incompetent and/or fraudulent practice through the enforcement of the Physician Assistant Practice Act and through the Physician Assistant Regulations of the California Code of Regulations. Under the Department of Consumer Affairs, the board promotes safe practice of physician assistants by licensing physician assistants, promoting the health and safety of California healthcare consumers, coordinating investigation and disciplinary process, providing information and education regarding the board or physician assistant professionals, managing the diversion program, and collaborating with other regarding legal and regulatory issues. The Physician Assistant Board most recently met November 9th. That was my first meeting. I was sworn in as a new member. Multiple PA board members were reappointed and sworn in. The PA board officers are also nominated and elected to that board. And the board completed interviews and selected an executive officer. Other details are available on the PA website PA board website rather, pab.ca.gov. Some other highlights include the sunset review for the PA board is scheduled for November 18th and 19th of this year. Regarding personnel, they're hiring personnel in the area of licensing, discipline, and administrative analyst position. The PA board strategic plan for 2019 to 2023 was completed with the goals of workforce, licensing and professional qualifications, legislation, regulation and policy, communication and outreach, enforcement, and administration. I should say that the PA board has a goal of becoming completely independent of the Medical Board of California to increase efficiencies and enhance consumer protection. There is a social media presence, Facebook, Twitter, and I remind you that the website is pab.ca.gov, and that's the end of that report. We don't need a motion for that, do we? Do we need a motion to approve that or no?
No.
Okay, great.
No.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hawkins, and thank you again for serving on another California board. We appreciate your service.
My pleasure.
Do any members have any comments or questions about the report? Okay, I'll ask the host for public comments.
Okay, I've activated the Q&A window. If anyone would like to make a public comment on the Physician Assistant Board update, please indicate so. First up, we have Eric Andrews. Eric, let me open your line. Eric, are you there?
I'm just wondering, Dr. Hawkins, do you know how many patient safety advocates serve on that board? Because there's none on the medical board. So I'm wondering if any of the other boards actually use patient safety advocates.
I'm not sure, but we invite the public to attend our meetings. The meetings are posted on the website, and we invite input for all those concerned about consumer safety.
Okay, thank you for your public comment. At this time, I don't see any additional requests in queue.
Okay, moving to agenda item 19, an update on the Health Professions Education Foundation. Dr. Hawkins again.
Yes, good morning, and thanks again for the opportunity to serve. I want to remind you of our mission. The Health Professions Education Foundation, abbreviated HPEF, improves access to healthcare in underserved areas of California by providing scholarships and loan repayment programs to health professional students and graduates who are dedicated to providing direct patient care in those areas. In return for this support, recipients agreed to provide direct patient care in a medically underserved area in California for a period of 1 to 3 years. Dr. Ganadev and I, on the our medical board representative to the HPF board. The board of trustees met in September and November of this year. The board has begun a strategic plan. The next regular meeting is January 13, 2021. I want to update you on ongoing fiscal year 2021 application cycles for loan and scholarship programs, and they're available in detail at the HPF website. The application cycle completed in 4 nursing programs. The Stephen M. Thompson Physician Corps Loan Repayment Program, application cycle opened on December 1st, 2020, and this is physician loan repayment for underserved areas. There is a requirement that individuals, we encourage providers to apply. The award is up to $105,000 and can be awarded up to 2 times. 6, HPF scholarship application cycles are available on the HPF website. Please review this and also share it. 6 programs include allied health and multiple nursing careers. These are coming up in January. HPEF requests volunteers to assist in scoring applicants. scoring applicants determines who are awarded these loans and grants. If you're interested, please visit our website, oshpod.ca.gov/HPEF. HPEF also has social media presence, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And I ask you again to spread the news about who HPEF is and what it offers to all you contact by going to our website. We invite the public to attend our meetings. And the next meeting, as I said, is January 13, 2021. And please visit our website to understand better what HPEF does for the state of California. Thank you.
Definitely needed more than ever during this time.
Yep.
Do any members have any questions or comments?
It's Alejandra. I was going to say, if you guys have any outreach, promotional, social media materials that would be helpful for us to share, if you could let us know to spread the word about the scholarships.
Yes. How would you make the direct correction, Ms. Capaverga? The actually website is an excellent resource. There's some paper, but a good start is a website. But if you want to advise me of a specific connection, you can let me know that. Is there a specific organization, or are you the contact, or?
Oh no, I mean, if you guys have any promotional graphics or anything that you'd like us to share to our networks in order to spread the word about the scholarship.
Yes, and I'll make that available through staff to all members of the board. Thank you for asking.
Great idea. Any other comments from members or questions? Okay, I'll ask the host for public comments.
Okay, I've opened up the Q&A box for anybody who'd like to make a public comment. Please indicate so. Not seeing it this time. We'll give it a few more seconds here.
Okay.
Okay, still no requests, so I think we're clear to proceed.
Great. So I'd like to take a 5-minute break right now, and then we will come back to agenda item 20.
Okay, very well. I have the time as 11:37, so we'll adjourn till 11:42.
Can we just come back at 11:45 to make it easy on all of us?
Yes.
We'll
return back at 11:45.
Thank you very much. Okay, good morning, everyone. It's 11:45. Just waiting on everybody to return here for a moment, and we'll get started again.
Thank you, everyone. We're now moving to agenda item 20, update on postgraduate training license program. Mr. Bone.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, members. In 2017, when the board last went through sunset review, the legislature, with the support of the board, changed the postgraduate training requirements for its licensure applicants. At that time, a graduate of a U.S. or Canadian medical school required 1 year of training, and a graduate of an international medical school was required to undergo 2 years of training. Those requirements were replaced with a 3-year or 36-month postgraduate training requirement for all licensure applicants who graduated from an approved medical school, regardless of the location of that school. This 36-month requirement became effective at the beginning of this year. Also beginning in 2020, individuals enrolled in a postgraduate training program must obtain a postgraduate training license, or PTL. The PTL authorizes an individual to practice medicine within their program or under other conditions that are approved in writing by the director of their program. Earlier this week, staff distributed to the members a letter from the California Primary Care Association and the California Academy of Family Physicians, which discusses their concerns with the statutes surrounding the PTL. In short, these organizations indicate the following concerns. 1, a PTL holder is unable to bill Medi-Cal for their services when practicing medicine outside of their postgraduate training program in what is often referred to as moonlighting. 2, the decreased ability to bill for these services discourages medical school graduates from applying to California postgraduate training programs. 3, PTL holders have difficulty obtaining authorization from federal agencies to prescribe buprenorphine, a drug used in conjunction with medication-assisted therapy to treat opioid use disorder. And 4, other state departments are not accepting birth and death certificates or disability forms signed by PTL holders. During the board's August meeting, a representative of the California Academy of Family Physicians expressed their concerns with the PTL program, and following that meeting, I reached out to them to begin a dialogue on their concerns. Since that time, board staff have had multiple contacts with these organizations on this topic. In addition, board staff had a call with the Chief Medical Officer of the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, or SAMHSA, which must authorize a physician before they may prescribe buprenorphine. We are awaiting clarification of their policies pertaining to PTL holders. The authors of the letter indicate their desire to address their concerns through legislation next year. However, it is unclear at this point what changes in California law are necessary to remedy the situation. The letter states accurately that the PTL is not equivalent to an unrestricted medical license. That is true because the PTL is designed that way. It limits the holder to practicing medicine within their training program or in other settings with the permission of their program, so that the individual can receive the full 36 months of training before receiving an unrestricted license. Our statute specifically authorizes the PTL holder to diagnose and treat patients, prescribe medications, including controlled substances, without a cosigner, and to sign birth and death certificates without a cosigner. Despite the current law, the PTL holders seem to be experiencing these challenges noted in the letter. With the board's permission, staff will continue working with the various stakeholders on potential solutions that may resolve the situation and report back at a future board meeting. That concludes my prepared remarks, Madam President. I welcome any comments from the board members on this matter, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bone. Do we have any comments or questions from the members?
Ms. Pines, I can tell you, I think Ms. Pines knows that we took a lot of beating on this one after we got that thing passed in 2017. Mr. Bone, I think we have a lot of cleanup to do on this one. I think the reason we did this was that there were people got finished 1 year of training if they went to US or Canadian medical schools, and they weren't even given the second year spot, but they got a credit. So they were getting licensed and they were getting into all kind of trouble. So we went with this 3-year program. So what family medicine people are complaining are actually true. So we got a lot of cleanup to do. So please work with the stakeholders, and this board will be happy to look at least from this board member will be happy to look at to see what we need to bring, keeping in mind that consumer safety is paramount, and then making practicing medicine manageable is the next one. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board members? Okay. Sean, let's move to public comment.
Okay, we've opened the Q&A window. If you'd like to make a public comment, please indicate so. Okay, I have Natalie Diaz first. Natalie, let me open your line. Natalie, are you there?
Hi, yes. Good afternoon. This is Natalie Diaz with the California Primary Care Association. We submitted a letter alongside the California Academy of Family Physicians that speaks to some of the concerns that we are reportedly hearing on the PTL. First of all, I want to thank the Medical Board of California staff for their collaboration during the past few months. We've met with them and our partners at CAF to discuss the PTL regulations, concerns, and potential solutions, and they've been really helpful through this process. As Mr. Boone stated, the four concerns that we are hearing about have to do with a resident's ability to bill for moonlighting services with Medi-Cal, acquire the SAMHSA DEA X waiver, sign birth and death certificates and disability forms, and all of that, just resulting to concerns around resident recruitment. We've had the opportunity to also connect with the Department of Healthcare Services on this matter and learn that the challenges with billing for Medi-Cal relate to the fact that the PTL is a restricted license and not equivalent to the unrestricted physicians and surgeons license. So for this reason, we are considering additions that could be made to the PTL regulations created by SB 798 to alleviate the concerns that were mentioned. Some of those details can be found in our letter. And we are exploring the potential for legislation using those concepts that are noted. We appreciate the board's interest to promote ongoing dialogue on this topic and welcome additional opportunities to discuss this further. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Vanessa Kajina. Vanessa, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Vanessa Kahina. I am with KP Public Affairs, and today I'm speaking on behalf of the California Academy of Family Physicians. To CPCA's point, we submitted a letter that Mr. Bone discussed, describing some of the concerns we've heard from our primary care residency programs on the PTL. We really appreciate the work that board staff has done and the collaboration in the last few months. Understanding that there are some restrictions in the license, we still do want to ensure that there's access to care and adequate training opportunities throughout residency programs. We remain concerned for the reasons that have been stated and look forward to continuing to work with the board, potentially on language changes or legislation or other guidelines that can be alleviated without any additional legislation, but do look forward to working into the future and appreciate all your work on this. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Yvonne Chung. Yvonne, are you there?
Yes. Good morning. Yvonne Chung with the California Medical Association. I would echo the comments that were made by the previous two commenters. We do understand that the purpose of the PTL was to implement a requirement that would prevent a small number of individuals who had not completed residency from leaving their programs and practicing independently. CMA, however, has identified many of the same issues that the other organizations have identified with regard to the PTL program. We would just like to make the point that prior to the implementation of the program, after 1 year of training, residents had the ability to moonlight, enroll as Medi-Cal providers, obtain X waivers, and these activities improved access to care, and there were really no issues with trainees providing these services. So we really view this as an unintended consequence of the implementation of the PTL. We have also heard that there are issues with the amount of time that residents have to complete the final paperwork to obtain their unrestricted licenses. So this is more of a procedural issue, and that these issues have resulted in delays and disruptions to care. We believe an evaluation of the PTL performance by the board, as suggested by Dr. Ganada, with input from interested parties, would be appropriate, and that the board might consider using the sunset review process to remedy some of the issues with this program. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, there are no additional requests in the queue.
Great. Moving to the next item, which is item 21, update on the death certificate project. Mr. Prasifka.
Madam President, thank you very much. I will attempt to be brief here. Well, first of all, the Death Certificate Project is now referred to as the Prescription Review Program, which I think the executive feels better captures the ethos and objectives of the program. As you know, the program had previously been launched in where the board reviewed data from the 2012 and 2013 calendar years. In relation to those calendar years, they received 2,694 deaths were reported from the CDPH. Now, we're about to be relaunched in relation to the year 2019, and I can report that the executive has just received death reports from the CDPH in the number of 2,666. So basically 2,600 in relation to 1 year when it was approximately the same in relation to 2 years. So this represents almost a doubling of the death report. So that obviously is a serious cause for concern. Now, the board has learned from an experience with this program, and as set out in the memo, we have set out a more robust review process in terms of examination of the cases, which is limited not only to an examination of the circumstances of the death, but then looking to the entire prescription profile of the physician using the cures system. If there are serious concerns, there is a further review and a review of actual patient records and medical records dealing with a whole series of issues. And only then at that point, in terms of a second review, if there are serious concerns, will we go to an investigation. So I think we have a much more robust approach in terms of what will be done prior to investigation, which I think will address some of the concerns of the previous report. We're now only looking at very recent cases, so we're not going to run into issues in relation to the statute of limitations. And as I said, we do have a concern that at least at the initial stage, the death reports appear to have doubled from where they were before. So the team is looking forward to working this issue. And obviously the goal remains the same, which is patient protection, consumer protection.
Thank you. Do we have any comments or questions from the members regarding the Death Certificate Project with its new name?
Bill Devganidev. So I'm so glad that you changed the name.
Yeah.
It just was miserable to hear this death certificate name project, but it's surprising that you have doubled the number. Have you do you have any idea why it is? I'm just curious because I expected the numbers to, well, I mean, it is from probably 17, 18, 19, so that's why maybe it's different because the prescription drug overdose deaths have been decreasing in California, so I'm just curious.
Well, okay. Well, we have only recently got the death reports in. So our team are analyzing that now as we speak. I think there are some indications that there is a high percentage of the deaths which are related to street drugs. But I mean, this will require very careful analysis. But the fact that there is effectively a doubling of the deaths reported is obviously a cause of great concern.
Yeah, that explains, because the biggest problem now is the growing demand or growing the use of illegal fentanyl coming out of China. So that's why I was just curious to learn that why the numbers are up, and you explained to me that the non-prescription drug deaths are increasing. Thank you.
Okay.
Any additional comments or questions from the members?
Ms. Bynes, this is Dick Thorpe.
Dr. Thorpe?
Well, thanks, Bill, for that update. I am also surprised that rates have doubled because, at least in the community, it is increasingly difficult to find, and it has been for the last several years, to find physicians who are even willing to prescribe opiates in the broader community. I don't know what it's like in the urban community, but I know in many of the rural communities in Northern California, it's very difficult to find someone who was actually willing to write those prescriptions. So it does make me question what the source of those deaths are more carefully, I guess. Anyway, I guess that's my only point, is that at least in the community, it seems like it's one of the concerns that I know that we've had is that people who are being taken off opioid narcotics abruptly, like like Dr. Waller was telling us earlier, those people become desperate, and then many of them actually do go to the street to look for other sources of opioids rather than a more controlled way of getting their medications, and a more not trying to say that opioids are the panacea for everything, but I'm just saying that there is a reality where people who are denied medication look for other sources, and some of those sources are extremely unsafe, of course. Thank you.
President Pines?
Yes.
An additional comment, and I think it's to Dr. Thorpe's point, and it's also be mindful of the presentation on pain management that we received earlier today. I know that the original impetus or the thought behind this program originally was that we would be looking for those physicians who were behaving badly across the state, and perhaps as we look more into what Bill has reported is what looks like the preliminary data here. I mean, perhaps we modify or transform this program in some way such that it's not just a disciplinary or an enforcement program, but one where we can do some education of our constituent physicians and then also of the public as well. So I would just encourage us to look at modifying the scope of this, of this program as we move forward and dive into that new data.
Thank you. Any additional comments from members? Okay, Sean, let's move to the public.
Okay,
from the public.
We'll open up the Q&A window, so if anyone would like to make a public comment, please indicate so in there. First up, we have Yvonne Chung. Yvonne, are you there?
I am, thank you. I'm Yvonne Chung with the California Medical Association. CMA has had concerns with this project since its inception, and physicians have reported that receiving a letter from the medical board indicating that a complaint has been received and is being investigated is highly stressful and disruptive to their practice. And this experience can lead to fear and mistrust of the medical board's disciplinary process. We do appreciate that the board is recognizing that the current process of identifying physicians by obtaining death certificate data and analyzing the names may not be sufficiently targeted, and it could result in a significant number of physicians receiving letters requesting patient medical records who are subsequently not found to be practicing outside of the standard of care. We do support revising the process of how physicians are identified. We encourage the board to work with an independent entity such as the California Research Bureau or a consultant like Dr. Waller, who presented earlier, to review the process for identifying physicians who are prescribing opioids in a manner that represents a departure from the standard of care and merit further investigation. This review, with input from stakeholders and subject matter experts, would likely result in the identification of specific changes to the project methodology and the use of different risk factors that more accurately identify physicians. Finally, since this project is not mandated by statute and in light of the board's financial issues, we do recommend tracking the costs associated with increased investigation and enforcement, so an assessment can be made to determine whether or not the outcomes are justifying the resources expended and if the project should be continued or modified. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comments. Next up, we have Marion Hollingsworth. Marion, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. Actually, good afternoon now. My name is Marion Hollingsworth, and I'm a patient safety advocate. First, I'd like to thank you for having an update on the death certificate project. I had asked the board several times over the last year for an update since it seemed that this program had stalled. I'm glad you have taken it up again, even in a revamped version, because it will ultimately help to save lives, especially with this new robust review process. My concern is that the first round of the project was in 2012 to 2013, and that this new second round will only look at overdose cases beginning in 2019. That is a 6-year gap. A lot of overdoses will be overlooked, leaving a number of dead patients and grieving families without accountability. The project started out like gangbusters, but it seemed that when the CMA claimed how unfair it was, you not only backed off, you also backed down. Notice how quickly the CMA members on the board and the CMA official weighed in on this issue today. Also notice that the majority of disciplines for these overdose deaths have been reprimands. I understand laws regulating prescribing have changed since 2012. However, skipping 6 years seems like a terrible idea, one that will no doubt leave a number of overprescribing doctors in practice with no oversight. From reading over disciplines in your alerts, there is no shortage of doctors who routinely overprescribe. Finally, changing the name from the Death Certificate Project to the Prescription Review Program really takes the air out of it. The new name loses urgency and clumps the project in with just any prescription, like one for a rash or a cough. When I would talk to the reporters about the Death Certificate Project, just the name alone would pique their interest, and they would want to know more about it. Prescription Review Program sounds boring and benign. Seriously, it sounds as interesting as counting pills. Was a name change made to make doctors feel better about themselves if they get caught up in it and investigated? If you want media attention for this project, you should keep the original name or come up with one that will be more adequately describe it, thus garnering more attention. While I applaud the return of this project, it feels as if you are trying to make it as benign as you can so as not to upset the doctors and the CMA. You need to be more assertive with this project, or else the doctors will not respect it or be prompted to make changes in their prescribing to avoid being swept up in it. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Rosie Arthur's daughter. Rosie, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. When I learned about this project, I was immediately concerned, and it sent up a lot of red flags for me as a researcher and analyst. There's a number of better ways, more efficient ways, more ethical ways to approach this problem. First of all, you have to really define what the problem is and how you design the research. And right now, the way it is, it's digging into patient privileged information, doctor privileged information, when there are better ways to accumulate that data. And as an unintended consequence of this whole process, once the notices go up, once somebody gets a letter from the medical board or whatever, patients that they are treating rightfully or wrongfully or however, suddenly find themselves without appropriate treatment. So I was being abruptly discontinued, etc. Now, the CDC has already defined this. They've already written a report in the study and found the reason for this, it was not unexpected, was fentanyl on the street, just as this was stated before. When these new rules went into place, we anticipated that there would be an increase in the deaths, not a decrease. So this isn't new news. There's really nothing there to discover that's news. What needs to be done is to look at how structure and how the board responds to it, what the education is. General practitioners, specialists, pain specialists particularly, are poorly educated on the problem. And everybody loses in this situation. Now, I've been a whistleblower before, so I'm not on one side or the other. All I want to see is that the problem gets approached in a purposeful manner that's ethical and doesn't end up injuring people as a result. And that seems to be what's happened, is we've got a rate double for people who are suddenly receiving less than adequate care and look to the streets to get it. And the CDC has already looked at it. So all you have to do is pull up the
15
report.
seconds remaining.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your public comment. Next up, we have Eric Andrews. Eric, are you there?
I'm here.
Go ahead.
See, this is so typical of Yvonne Chung and the CMA. See, this is what we've been telling you guys about the CMA. An organization that does not speak for all of California's doctors, as only 1/3 of them belong to this club, and a good portion of those are forced to join by their local medical associations. So don't give the CMA more weight than poor little doctors who might get snagged for their wrongdoing, not for the huge patient safety protection the DCP provides to the consumers of this state. The information on death certificates is private. The patient is dead. There's a bigger issue of doctors harming more people after they're gone. And I have no problem with the death certificate project name. That's just silliness. It uses death certificates, and it's a
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, I do not see any additional requests in queue.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Prasifka, for leading us through that. This is very important. Moving to agenda item 22.
It's fine to speak.
Yes.
Dr. Hawk, maybe this would be a perfect time to send the board information about the process. Actually, I'd like to see it again, about the procedure, the process that's used for the study. I'd like to receive it.
Okay. We have staff send that out to all the members.
Ms. Pines.
Yes, Dr. Thorpe.
Thank you. I really appreciate the fact that we've had a serious conversation about the problems and the challenges of chronic pain today. It's been really, I think it's been eye-opening for all of us. It's been really hopeful for all of us. But it clearly points out that the issue that we have a serious problem in, we have a few, as Dr. Waller pointed out, relatively small, 1% is what he estimated, that were actually malignantly prescribing medications in a way that was unethical. And we clearly have an obligation to find those people and make sure that doesn't happen anymore. I'm totally on board with any of that. The challenge is, how do we approach the bigger problem of, on the one hand, not of educating our population of doctors, mostly primary care doctors, because we don't have enough pain specialists in the state to actually functionally manage these patients. We don't have enough addiction specialists. We don't have enough psychiatrists. We don't have enough interventional pain people to actually manage these patients. It's mostly done by primary care. And how do we educate primary care, our workforce, in how to effectively manage a large population of people who are already on large doses of narcotics, and some of them on narcotics and benzodiazepines. So it's a challenging problem. Dr. Hawkins and I have probably know more about that than anyone who kind of deals with it on a day-to-day basis. It's a challenging problem, and it's not easily done. And when you're in a primary care practice where you're seeing 20, 30 people a day trying to manage multiple problems, in the middle of that, to have a patient who has not only chronic pain, but diabetes or hypertension or coronary disease, and trying to manage the whole person, to sit down and have that kind of conversation that's a quality conversation like Dr. Waller was talking about, is extremely challenging. So we, as a board, I think, have an obligation to our licensees to find a way to have the conversation in a meaningful way, to educate them, so that we, on the one hand, don't just blatantly cut everybody off of their pain medications or their benzodiazepines, which is clearly dangerous. And on the other hand, we don't enable people who don't need the medication, and we do it in a way that's safe. And so we don't make the mistake of enabling doctors who are overprescribing to harm patients, and yet at the same time, we educate doctors so that they can identify the patients that need to be tapered off and find a way to continue to manage what patients they do keep on medications in a safe manner. That's a very serious problem, and it's a big problem that needs to be solved. And I think that we need to have a consistent approach to that, not just the death certificate project, but a larger role to play in how to help manage that educational process. Because Dr. Waller really didn't have an answer about how do we educate our I don't know how many primary care docs there are in the state of California, but probably 50, 60,000, something like that. There's a lot of people to educate about how do we manage this problem. So I think that's something that deserves time and energy and resources to ensure that we don't make our mistakes. You know, in the past, we've made the mistakes of saying, well, everybody gets whatever pain meds they need. That's clearly the wrong approach. And now we have this very restrictive policy where doctors are afraid to write pain medications because of the death certificate project. We need to find that middle ground that Dr. Waller was talking about. And I think the board has an opportunity here to really do something very positive, both for the public health of California, for consumer protection, and to help educate doctors to do a better job.
Thank you, Dr. Thorpe.
Denise,
Yes.
to just jump on that point again that Dr. Thorpe has made. All of this, the death certificate project, from my understanding, it identifies some of the doctors who may have been, after the consultants determined that they've overprescribed, they've outside of the standard. So there's the identification. Dr. Waller explained today that most of those doctors need the required education. So when I'm listening to the comments, I'm saying if we don't identify, because that's the only way we can identify them right now. So we need to identify them via the death certificate project. What I do agree with Dr. Thorpe is then after that, there's the opportunity to not let the disciplinary process be so like the way it is. We need to reimagine what that would look like so that it can create a rehabilitation and education of these doctors. And I think what they perceive this as now when they get these medical letter from the board is that I've done something wrong. So it spikes the fear. And when the fear is spiked, it's only because there's not a lack of education. I don't even know what I did wrong. And so it just all points to, once we identify it, there is an opportunity that we need to communicate that this is not to take you out. This is to educate you, unless it's so egregious that some of the cases are going to be egregious, but it's the middle that Dr. Waller was talking about. We are interested in that group of people. And I just think the death certificate project opens the door to that for us to come in and address these issues in a different way, based on what we know now after today's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any other comments before we move to the next agenda item? Okay. Moving to agenda item 22, update on telehealth regulations. Mr. Bone.
Thank you, Madam President. This item is being brought at board member request, so staff could provide an update on the current laws surrounding telehealth. There's no action required on this item. As discussed in the written report, state law generally requires a physician to have a license in the state where the patient is located at the time that care is being provided. The Medical Practice Act provides a limited exception to out-of-state physicians who consult on patient care with a physician licensed by this board. However, the out-of-state physician may not have ultimate authority over the care of that patient. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the issue of telehealth has seen increased focus and attention here in California and within the various states. To help respond to the pandemic, most states in the nation have instituted some type of temporary change to their telehealth requirements. There is a link in the written report to a webpage managed by the Federation of State Medical Boards that tracks and summarizes these modifications. For example, here in California, the governor authorized the Emergency Medical Services Authority to allow out-of-state physicians to practice in this state through a telehealth arrangement without a license from this board. Recent federal agency actions are also noted in the paper and often relate to HIPAA and services and coverages and payment related to Medicare and Medicaid. In addition, the legislature approved a few telehealth related bills this year, but some were vetoed. In fact, most were vetoed by the governor. While the governor expressed support for increasing access to care through telehealth, he did also state some concerns in his veto messages with potential state cost increases and that those increases should be addressed through the state's budget process. Excuse me. He indicated that his administration is considering what telehealth policies instituted during the pandemic should be continued beyond the current emergency time period. Further, the paper notes that the primary telehealth issues within the board's jurisdiction relate to licensing and enforcement matters for out-of-state physicians practicing in California through a telehealth arrangement. Taking enforcement action against physicians located in another state or country can be more challenging than for in-state licensees. Finally, the resources section of the paper provides additional reading materials for those who wish to further explore the various aspects of telehealth policy. That concludes my prepared remarks, Madam President.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions from the members?
I have a question.
Yes, Dr. Krause.
Both on the federal and state level, where because of COVID, we've expanded access to telehealth across state lines. Were those expansions dated or subject to renewal, or are they indefinite?
The short answer, I think, Doctor, is that it depends. There were, I believe, a good number of them that were tied to it's either for to be a federal proclamation or federal disaster declaration or state of emergency that was instituted by the president. And so I believe a number of them are tied to that. Some of them may continue on. It would probably take a little bit more, nuanced research to maybe give you an answer with some more specificity.
In any event, because this is in flux, I think it's good for us to periodically update physicians as well as patients as to what are the current rules regarding telehealth, because it's not a static environment.
Agreed, and I would really commend to the members the Center for Connected Health Policy. Their website is linked under the resources section in the paper. Mr. Varghese and I recently started attending their monthly meetings with their coalition and their members, or some of their member representatives. And their website provides a wealth, and that's an understatement, of information about telehealth, not only as it pertains to California, but nationwide and in various other states. They've got a 500-page report that they recently put out that summarizes so much of the information that's out there, whether and a lot of it has to do with payment. That's of course, that's a very significant issue for providers. But the CCHP website contains tremendous amount of information.
Great.
What's the name of the website again?
It's linked in the resources section in the paper, sir. It's the organization is the Center for Connected Health Policy.
And Aaron, because we are a consumer complaint-driven organization, it would also be helpful to know if we are seeing any significant number of consumer complaints that relate to telehealth services.
We can certainly look at that information and provide that to the board.
Thank you.
Great. And I know on a with the Federation of Medical Boards, there are a number of state boards that are moving forward to make permanent changes that have been attached to their executive orders in their states, moving forward to make those changes actually permanent as it relates to telehealth. And I know there's one state, I can't remember which one, it's a small state, that have in fact moved forward and made telehealth a permanent part of how they operate. So that is probably going to be something that we're going to have to look at into this next year, reevaluating policies and regulations around that, because this might be something that we want to make permanent as well. So just a thought that this will probably be a continuum in the conversation.
Thank you, Madam President. I do expect more legislation to be introduced in the coming year surrounding that. Again, the pandemic has really underscored the utility of telehealth. And so I think legislators are becoming increasingly aware of that. And so I expect more activity in that next year.
Great.
Ms. Pines?
Yes.
So I would just say, as someone who had adopted telehealth prior to the pandemic and also has seen its use dramatically increase since the pandemic, the primary reason that it exploded during the pandemic not only was because of the utility of, obviously the COVID-19 crisis, but it's because CMS and payers were willing to pay doctors to do the work, or physician assistants or nurse practitioners, and that change, if that isn't sustained, I don't think you'll see the overwhelming adoption of this without that kind of reimbursement process in place. Hopefully it will continue, because I think we've found that there is significant utility for using this as one of the modalities for a number of people I have a number of elderly patients who have difficulty getting in and out of the office, who now can have an interview over the video conference that is meaningful and treats them without them having to get into the office. There's people who just like the convenience of it. So it has some benefits, but it also has the risks of, there are things that you miss when you just do a video conference. So it's really critical that it's used properly and that it's not seen as the equivalent of an in-person visit, because there are opportunities for failure. So I think it's really important that we recognize that as a board, that we take this opportunity seriously to enhance our scope and the ability to have people who have access to care through this new modality, but that we also make sure that people are actually at least periodically being seen in person, because there are times when you can't replace that. So just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Totally agree with that. Any other comments from the members? Okay,
Lori here.
go. Yes, Lori.
And sorry if I missed part of Dr. Krause's comment, but for the public out there, if they have any concerns with the quality of service that they are receiving, what resources can we point them to? Or what can they do?
Ms. Lubiano, I suppose they could always file a complaint with the medical board if they believe there's been a violation of the standard of care. That would be my first reaction. But is your question also more broadly than that, in terms of policy that pertains to telehealth or access to telehealth? Is that also what you are looking for information about?
More along the lines of, if they had an experience and they weren't sure if they received an adequate level of care, or concerns about the standard of care.
I would say the complaint process would continue to be, their best their go-to as it pertains to what the medical board's authority is.
Dr. Hawkins, may I speak?
Yes.
Yeah. So, Lori, I think one of the most important part, and this speaks to the physician patient relationship, is that the first step should be to have a conversation with the provider about your dissatisfaction and have a discussion about it. That's what we do, and that's what we encourage our patients to do, is to have a discussion about what happened and why and what's missing and what needs to change. This practice of medicine, which is one of the professions that you have the opportunity to be involved in people's life when they need help most, when they're most vulnerable, is very, very special. And it's a two-way street, this process between patients and doctors. We both learn by communicating. So that's where I would start. And hopefully the individuals can have both ears and eyes open to and have a good dialogue.
Thank you. Dr. Bananadev?
Yeah, Ms. Pines and Mr. Bowen, telehealth is nothing but another way of practicing medicine. So the same rules apply to examining patients in office or anywhere else. So I think it's the same process like Dr. Hawkins explained. First, you want to talk to your doctor about if you're not satisfied, then the process is same. That is, medical board is there, and whatever the group administrators are there about. So it's not any different. That's why I think one of the most difficult things is going to be, as this becomes more established, is what do we do with the California consumers if they have complaints about a doctor outside state of California? We can't really look into their license. That's what's being discussed at the highest levels to see what to do. But right now, emergency, no emergency, it doesn't matter. Telehealth is just a mode of practice. That's about it.
Thank you. Any other comments from or questions from the members?
Dr. Mahmood.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yeah. So I personally think that telehealth is a different norms for the COVID crisis and the different norms for the normal life. At this point, I think they also give the opportunity to physicians and their staff not to be encountering patients who you don't know they are COVID positive or not, and save the staff and save those people. But when the COVID crisis goes over, I think the norms will be different, that some people would just still want to come to the office, and you cannot just tell them, okay, we're just going to do the telehealth. And that would be a completely different situation. Mm-hmm. But I think at that time, when we are going through this crisis, telehealth would be just taken as the same, just normal medical health. And I think things will evolve over next year or so once this crisis is taken over.
Thank you. Any other comments from members? Okay. Sean, let's go to public comment.
Okay, I've gone ahead and opened up the Q&A window. If anyone would like to make a public comment, please go ahead. Okay, I've got first up Rosie Arthur's daughter. Rosie, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Well, telehealth has been a wonderful boon for those who are housebound, and making a trip of 1 mile or 5 miles or 10 miles may be extraordinarily debilitating and painful and inconvenient, although sometimes it has to be done. So on that regard, it has been good. In some respects, though, it does leave especially vulnerable populations like the housebound or people with poor memory problems who have ADA accommodations for an attendant and such, that it is possible to encounter people who are suddenly appearing, have never treated the patient before. And what we encountered was, we were told the appointment was going to be with a certain provider who the patient was familiar with. Instead, they sent somebody who gave their name. As it turned out, they lied about their name. They did not give their correct name. They terrorize the patient, accuse them of doing things, in this case, getting a prescription for a controlled substance that they shouldn't have had. And the patient had not made any mistake. The office made a mistake. And he was horribly terrified. When we tried to take it up with the office management, they knew who the person was with the wrong name. She wasn't listed on their staff. She wasn't listed at the medical board because it wasn't her name. Then she never phoned in the prescription as punishment to this vulnerable patient. And when we found out her name, then we found out that, guess what? She had been in a diversion program and had relapsed several times. So apparently she was in a relapse at that point in time. But since you don't know ahead of time, if it's one thing when you're getting people you're familiar with, who you're used to, but when you get somebody in there and there's no way to even check them out in a timely manner, I could check her out afterwards, but I didn't even have the right name. So that does make a reporting problem. And then when the practice isn't forthcoming in giving us the real name either, tells me that they knew that she had a problem. And then why would they sick her on him? This is troubling. So there's got to be a good way to handle the complaint process with these types of things.
15 seconds remaining.
That isn't going to endanger the patient any further, especially if they've already been suffering. So that's my comment.
Okay, thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Yvonne Chung. Yvonne, are you there?
I am. Yvonne Chung, California Medical Association. Thank you to Mr. Bone for providing this useful update and to the board members for this discussion. CMA supports appropriate and expanded use of telehealth modalities to provide patient care, and we share the medical board's concerns regarding care provided by physicians who are not licensed in California and the challenges associated with keeping track of and providing appropriate oversight of care provided by these unlicensed individuals. This is especially a problem if the patient has limited identifying information about who is providing their care on a telehealth platform. We believe that it is beneficial for patients to receive telehealth services from physicians with whom they have an ongoing established relationship, whether it's in person, virtually, or both. We would be interested in working with the medical board on this issue of improving tracking and enforcement of unlicensed out-of-state physicians. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your public comment. At this time, I don't see any additional requests.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Bone, for that update. And I know this will be a continuous conversation that we'll be having. Now we'll move on to agenda item 23, which is election of officers. But before we begin, I'd like to take a moment to reflect on my time on the board. I joined the Medical Board of California in 2012, and over the intervening years, I've had the privilege of working with a tremendously dedicated staff and board members. I want to thank all of them for their efforts in serving our mission of healthcare consumer protection. As I wrap up my 3 terms as president, I'm reflecting on all that we've faced and achieved, as well as the issues we continue to address. Shortly after I joined the board, we began to deal with the realities of skyrocketing abuse of prescription opioid medications and the resulting national health crisis. And we were finishing this last term managing the impact of COVID-19 and planning for the integration of healthcare and technology, as we've just discussed. In between, we've accomplished a lot while I've been here, and I'd like to take this moment to shine a spotlight on some of those achievements since I've been on the board. In 2013, we were the first board to use teleconferencing to address the consumer access issue during our board meetings. We dramatically improved our website, which was named #1 most user-friendly site by the U.S. Consumer Products. With the introduction of the Medical Board California app, we became, again, the only state medical board with their own licensing notification app, and at this point, we still are. We launched the Look Up Your Doctor's License campaign, which is still ongoing. We're just not able to do the physical outreach events that we were doing before, but we will resume those. We introduced patient advocate talks, which I hope those will continue after my term. And we went to the state capitol for Legislation Day, something that other boards had not initiated, to educate the legislators about the board and its processes and mission. And this has become an annual pilgrimage. And I'm hoping during this virtual environment that we can look at doing a Ledge Day virtually in the coming months. But one of the most important pieces of legislation during my term was the Patients' Right to Know Act of 2018, known as SB 1448, which took effect last year. Along with the other work listed that I've just mentioned, this act helped us greatly improve our communications and transparency. I am also proud that we responded when in 2017, we received the demographics of disciplinary action by the Medical Board of California for the years of 2003 and 2013 as an observational report conducted by the California Research Bureau that revealed alarming racial disparities. We responded immediately by convening a task force, conducted a review of existing investigation complaints and disciplinary processes, then engaged in relevant policymakers to ensure that the board had adequate funding and/or legislative support for the recommended changes. We mandated annual implicit bias training for board staff, members, investigators, attorneys at the Attorney General's office, and the judges that preside over our cases. This training program, as well as ongoing examination of areas of concern, will continue under the new board's direction. Susan Lauren, Eric Andrus, Marianne Hollingsworth, and Michelle Monserrat Ramos. We see you, we hear you, and you have helped us. I think we can do better together in more gentler ways, and I hope you consider sometimes a new approach in working with the board in the future. To all my board members, I will miss you tremendously, and I hope that we stay in contact. So now I would like to ask for nominations for president, and I'm going to move forward with nominating Dr. Ron Lewis.
Second.
Are there any additional nominations?
I would love Christina Lawson.
Are there any additional nominations? We have two nominations, Dr. Ron Lewis and Ms. Christina Lawson. Nominations are now closed. I will now ask for a vote. Ms. Codwell?
May I don't know if it's appropriate. Can I ask a question at this point about the process, Ms. Pines? So my question is, there's an executive committee, and I respect both of the nominees for the alternate presidency. I just want to have an idea about what happens at the last. I know Ron's been on that executive committees and been in meetings and been involved. What actually happens then?
What happens in the meetings?
Yeah, I mean, is it an important educational process that occurs when someone like Dr. Lewis has been involved on the executive committee, involved in meetings on a regular basis, meeting with the staff and the executive director? Is this a question? Does that matter or does it not matter? What happens?
You
need to restate that, or?
No, I understand the question. Yes, both the president and the vice president role is very important. It's very integral. We work with the staff on a regular basis. Very specifically, the president does very continuously. The vice president is the person sort of prepped and ready to take over that position if that's the position that they are elected to. So yes, I would say, very, very involved. We could,
Ms. Pine?
yes,
Dr.
Dr.
I just wonder for the process, do we also ask the president nominee whether they would accept the nomination before we vote?
Yes, I was just going to move in that direction because based on listening to Dr. Hawkins' question, I think that might be appropriate. I'm going to start with Dr. Ron Lewis. He was the first to be nominated. Dr. Lewis, would you accept this nomination to be president of the Medical Board of California?
I will most heartily accept the nomination to be president of the MBC and moving it in through sunset.
Thank you. Ms. Christina Lawson, will you accept the nomination of president of the Medical Board of California?
So I guess let me start by saying I'm a little bit surprised by this nomination because we've got, somewhat of a process in place for our leadership roles. But I guess I want to acknowledge and recognize that there is significance in having a public member of this board be part of the leadership team of the board, and part of the formal leadership structure of the board, especially as we proceed through sunset. Of course, President Pines, you've done a terrific job as a public member leading this board for the past 3 years and then even prior. So I guess what I would say is that if the board thinks it's important for a public member to, in advancing the board's mission and then in leading the sunset process, if the board thinks that it's important for a public member to be part of that process, I'm willing to serve the board in one of these key leadership positions. I know we have 3, the president, the vice president, and the secretary. And I'm hedging a little bit, perhaps because of my surprise with this process, but I think maybe it's worth a conversation about whether we want to maintain the same type of balance that we've had to date. And that I think, and if memory serves me correct, Denise, you were the vice president during our previous sunset process with Dr. Gananadev leading that. So I guess I'm sort of returning the question, which is, if we think that's an important thing to consider.
Can
I think it's an important thing to consider. We have historically had this as a process. I think to have fair representation of both voices that we all sort of represent. Even the terms before that was Mr. Sereno and Dr. Gananadev, and the term before that was exactly the same way. I think that changing precedent now, when actually that's a good precedent, I think is worthy of a discussion with the members at this point. So I'm going to open it up for dialogue. And I think I heard Mr. Hawkins wanting to intervene.
I chose Ms. Lawson because she has the presence that is somewhat like Ms. Pines.
Mm-hmm.
She has the temper, she has the attorney skills, and I think that if we do the sunset review, she will have the necessary skills to address that panel in a way that will be effective, as he has done on this board many a times. And I think that in the climate that we are living in, to not have it be representative of, and I don't want to say in line with a women's movement, but that is a consideration for me that the board needs to represent a new way. And as much as I love and respect Ron, I think to further the cause of the board, she's the one that came to mind if we can't have Ms. Pines. And so I thought about this a lot, and I've been through the sunset review process, and I know how important it is when you appear in front of that panel and suddenly they see two doctors, or they see two, excuse my reference to race, but two white males, and the board is already at this time demonized for being patriarchal. And so I think if we want to break through all of that and have a fresh new look and a fresh new start, then Ms. Lawson represents that. And that is the reason why I chose her. I chose it solely at the best thing that I could think that if I was going to make a decision for the board in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Howard, may I speak?
Yes, Dr. Krause.
If you think about it, we really are a very fortunate body. Granted, we have some new members, but I think every member of our board could serve this board well as president or vice president. Furthermore, regarding the balance between physicians and the lay public, that certainly is the makeup of our board. But the other thing I've observed in my 7 years on the board is that when we're behind closed doors in our panel meetings, sometimes the physicians are more harsh in their criticism of the doctors who were being considered for discipline than is the lay public. So I often hear that doctors are on the board to protect doctors, but my experience on this board is that's absolutely not the case, that every member of this board is here to protect the public. Regarding a balance in leadership, you know, there are no rules in our bylaws or in the law regarding the necessity of having one physician and one non-physician in leadership positions. And if we look back over the history of the organization, it hasn't always been divided in that way. For 2 years, when Barbara Yaroslavsky was in leadership, the vice president was an attorney. And 2 years before that, there were two physicians in leadership. So the good news is I think that we're all interchangeable and we're all very well qualified. So I wouldn't want the members of the board to think that there needs to be this yin and yang leadership ladder that must always alternate between MD and non-MD. We're really looking for people who are committed to do the work. There's an incredible amount of extra work that a member of this board imposes upon him or herself in accepting a leadership position. And any one of us who are committed to doing that is eligible and welcome to be in that position. Thank you.
Thank you. And I concur with what you're saying. It's the commitments of the individuals that's really most important. Are there any members with any additional comments before I go to the public?
Yeah, Ms. Pines, I think.
Yes.
As one of the senior members, it is important to have I look at the three positions in the executive committee, that is the president, vice president, and secretary. And most often we'll have two as the physicians and one as a non-physician, and two as non-physicians, one as physicians. It has been that way since I got on the board in December of 2011. And I can tell you, I love both candidates, you know, Christine and Ron. And only thing is that sometimes gaining experience as a vice president adds value. I did that with David Serrano Sewell, and you did that with me when we went there. So that's I just wanted to let the board know. As far as I'm concerned, having one of the having all three doctors up there is bad. Having all three non-physicians is bad. So I think we're okay. We'll decide.
Okay. Any additional comments from members?
Denise, may I ask a question? May I ask a question? Is there any
Yes.
reason why we couldn't take all nominations as one, or think about what the compositions? I don't know if it would matter to the board or not. More like a slate, or do we need to do these one by one?
We have to do them one. We have to do them one by one. I understand what you're recommending, but we have to do them one by one.
Okay, let me ask you something. Can we go from secretary to the vice president to the president, or do we have to go from president, vice president to the secretary?
Well, we've already started a process right now that we're kind of in, and because members have weighed in at this point, we now have to go to the public comments.
I just finish my comment is
yes.
That I do know who I was going to nominate for secretary, so I just want to let you know that at this time. Thank you.
Okay.
Quickly, is Ms. Lawson's experience on this board and professional experience, and also is all of these elements that I have observed. And even though it is true that, you know, any one of us can serve in any of these positions, I think when you add up the experience, the presence, and when you add up this ridiculous outside notion of what the political optics are with regard to board compositions that became very important after the North Carolina case, I think these are all important elements. And as the board stood with Ms. Pines, it just represented that balance like that. And I would like to see that balance continue, especially since we are looking towards the sunset review process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alexandra, for those of us that are very, very new to the board, will there be an opportunity for perhaps both nominees to make a statement?
Yes, we've had precedent for that in terms of having nominees' statements. I want to first, before we move forward with that as an option, to see if there's any other members who have any comments.
Ms. Pines, this is Dick Thorpe.
To give the two individuals an opportunity to just collect their thoughts for a moment.
Ms. Pines?
Yes.
Hi, thank you very much. And so I think this is a little bit, not only is a shock to Ms. Lawson, but a little bit of a shock to all of us.
Yeah.
That's made it a little bit, as Mr. Watkins has is wont to do, to make things interesting on the board. And I have to say that I know his heart is in the right place. And both, of course, Ms. Lawson and Dr. Lewis are excellent candidates. I think most of us we're not thinking about it in quite this way. So it's a little bit of a shock to all of it, at least to me. I know, as one of the relatively new members of the board, I've only been on the board for a year, and as has been pointed out, I've not yet been confirmed by the Senate. So maybe my voice really isn't actually as important as it should be. But I think the question really comes down to how do we represent, how does the board, especially in this special time, Dr. Lewis has the experience of being the vice chair of our vice president of the board and working closely with you and a number of issues, as Dr. Hawkins pointed out, the experience of being vice president it's important. It is also really, I think there is an issue of optics, and all the points that Mr. Watkins made are very, very well made. So I have to say I'm struggling a little bit right now to try and decide how to proceed. But I do know that we've had a process before. The idea of contested elections has not really been, at least I've not seen that before in my short time. So I'm just saying, I guess I'm just commenting that it's a little bit unsettling for me as well. So that's all.
No, I totally understand. And
It's Dr. Mahmood.
yes, so Dr. Mahmood, okay.
Yes. So first of all, I really applaud TJ for his bravery and his innovation and bringing this process to more clarity and transparency. I completely agree with the things he's saying, but I think every member of board should have a capability to be working on the whole executive committee. But I think the notion of that already preconceived idea that this person is going to be the vice president and he's going to become vice president, and nothing to, I am a big fan of Dr. Lewis and I'm not saying anything on his part. It should not be there, that everybody should be able to speak up and say who they think is going to be best positioned at this point to serve this board to protect the consumers and people of California. So I would say that I think this was a very crucial step and very right step in the right direction TJ has taken. TJ, I really applaud you on this thing.
Dr. Holzer, can I ask a relevant question?
Yes.
Again, it'd be different if I was in the room with everyone, because body language is important. But I would just ask Christine, does she know she was going to be nominated, and does she really want the position? I mean, Christine has skills. We know that, but I would like to ask the question.
So here's what I've already asked that question, I think, when at the beginning. So I think now it's to move to each person making a statement. If there's no other comments, questions at this point, to make a statement, then I'll go to public comments. And then we'll come back. And if you have anything additional to say, I will say that Ron has been serving with me for the last couple of years as vice president. He is well prepared to take this role. He has been involved in Sunset. He knows all of the issues. He's been actively contributing in that way. Ms. Lawson is brilliant. We all know that. She has a major leadership role in the organization that she runs. We are confident in her abilities as well. So what I like to do is to have each one make a statement. Dr. Lewis, I will start with you, as you were the first nominated.
Thank you. I'm not sure where to begin. I could always go back to the beginning of my start on the medical board in 2013, where I spearheaded the Check Up on Your Doctor program with the board staff who is no longer with us. I've been on all the board committees throughout the years. And as Denise mentioned, I've served as her vice president for, I think, the last 3 terms, probably, yes. And she and I, along with staff, have spent a lot of time preparing for Sunset, which is coming up soon. So from where I stand, I am very well and capable to lead the board in the process of Sunset, which is paramount at the moment for us to achieve. I also recognize much to the negative comments from some of our public members, a public protection, public safety, and the consumer comes first. I know there were some negative comments about that, but there is no indication on my part or anything I've done in my career that would support that kind of attitude. So I'll just finish up by saying I am looking forward to taking this board through many directions that have already been started and also through sunset. And I feel very capable, and I have the time now that I am retired. So thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
President Pines, did you want me to make a statement now?
I'm sorry, yes. I didn't realize I hit mute. Yes, please.
So for someone who likes to be extraordinarily well prepared to make statements, I have no prepared statement, of course. And I find myself in what for me is an extraordinarily uncomfortable position of being asked to lead this board, and also being, of course, a dear friend for all of these years of Ron Lewis. Now, as having been a leader of a variety of different organizations, from a city government to my own law firm, in part my leadership philosophy is to serve when asked to serve. So to the extent there was a hedge on whether or not I would accept this nomination, I do agree to accept the nomination to serve. And as I mentioned just in my previous remarks, there are, I think as a board that, and we've had this conversation a little bit, and I'd like to hear from the public on it as well. I think there's this question of whether we should continue to have a public member being, the public-facing leader of the board. And I think we should take into consideration what the balance of the leadership should be. So that's what, Denise, when I asked, could we talk about this in the context of a slate, right? Who is going to be in the leadership? I do think that we have an important process to go through this year with the sunset review process. I'm humbled, TJ, that you suggested my name and added it into the mix. And I appreciate that it has invited this conversation amongst the board. To the extent there's a concern about whether or not I would have availability, I'm available to, and have the time if that's a concern. But I guess I would encourage us to just continue to think about what the board needs from one of us during this sunset review process, and if the board needs a public member in that position, I would be willing to serve in this position.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go back to the members one more time and see if there's any comments or questions of the nominees. And then I'm going to move to public comments.
I have a quick question.
Yes. Ms. Lubiano, is that you? Yes, okay.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, I can.
Okay, yes. Great. I just had a question about sunset because I've heard that it's come up that we have two people. So traditionally, it would be two people representing the board. Is that true? Is it only two, or could we have a full executive board up there to represent us?
It's just the vice president, the president, and the executive director. Those are the only presenters. And that's for all boards. That's for all boards.
Okay, thank you.
My final comment, since I started this, this play I started, as from experience on the Sunset Review, and especially remembering 2016 2017 when I was in the room and I saw all these people coming out and just blowing negative comments left, right, and center at Dr. Gonadev and Denise. And it was nonstop. And then afterwards, having the panel go through their process, and Denise was great, and Dr. Gonadev was great. And I just, when I'm thinking back and I'm saying, okay, so what if the same situation comes into this situation? Who's gonna be able to take the moment? And out of all of us, I said, okay, I've seen Ms. Pines in that position. The person that came closest to that was Ms. Lawson, and her legal background of dealing with, complex, difficult things, having her own law firm, and all of her experience just won me over. And when I chose to start this process, I was only thinking about the best people on my team. Who do I want to go out and bat and win? Because I know how important this is going to be. And I'm not saying that Ron could not pull it off. I'm saying that with Christina leading, I will have more confidence because there's just certain elements that she has, and it's a grace. It's just the way that she shows up, and there's a softness to that really appeals to the legislature. It's the same comments that was made towards Ms. Pines yesterday by other people on the board from the public. And I just think that we have an opportunity right now, based on the experience that we have such a great panel to choose from, to choose Ms. Lawson, because I think she represents what we need to show at the Sunset Review and what the board needs to put a picture up for the public that we're accessible. So that's my final statement, and I didn't run for office. Thank you.
Okay. I also just want to say, Ron has held numerous leadership roles in the work that he does. He still works with the unions, leading numerous efforts there. So I know he didn't talk about his experience and what he does. And when he talked about made his statement, he was speaking specifically about his role and work here at the board, but he also has been a stellar leader in the medical community. So I don't want that to go without being said. So I am now going to move to the public for public comment. Sean, can we move forward?
Yes, I've opened up the Q&A window. If anyone would like to make a public comment, please indicate so. First up, we have Eric Andrews. Eric, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
First, Howard, we have an abundance of evidence of doctors on the board protecting doctors. Look at Dev's first panel hearing where he helped his friend and coworker, Dr. Hari Reddy, a sexual assaulter, get his license back. So don't try to pull the wool over our eyes on that. Carrie has been quick to point out that the board has not officially adopted Robert's Rules of Order, even though the opposite is listed in the board's own manual. The tradition of the VP move to the president is tradition only. It is not in the board manual and is just a way for you all, things for you all to use to stroke each other. Come on, folks, this is a no-brainer. Ron Lewis representing the board at the Sunset Review will be an embarrassment. He couldn't even say the word president when he just accepted the nomination. Did you hear him? A number of people in the public have brought up the concern over his slurred speech, and frankly, he always sounds like he's high or drunk anymore. And Ron, I've got you on videotape being critical of our efforts. Remember the interested parties meetings? Imagine him having to be on the spot in front of the legislature. Also, isn't his term up in June? Christina's is good through 2022. Christina Lawson, even though she makes faces sometimes when I speak, is intelligent and well-spoken, and I would welcome her to represent the board at the Sunset Review. I also think she'll work for patient safety when Ron Lewis has made it clear that he will not. The executive positions on the board should be the most qualified for the duties, not whether it is a doctor or a public member. Having said that, your duty is to the public, and it's clear that a public member is going to take that more seriously than a doctor member since they have a bias. I would suggest this be done by secret ballot so as to not have any peer pressure change someone's vote. We all had to put our personal feelings aside in the recent election for a new US president, and you need to do that now by not voting for tradition over just being smart. And Christina, I'm going to be counting on you to make real changes like TJ is doing. We know Ron won't do that. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Christina Hildebrand. Christina, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Please go ahead.
This is Christina Hildebrand with the Voice for Choice Advocacy, and I would second TJ's nomination. I think it's important as an advocacy group that the California Medical Board has a person that is not a doctor as their leadership. It's, having come to the meetings for years now, when there is a non-doctor as the president, things seem to, I still think there are a lot of issues, don't get me wrong, but things seem to be more patient-oriented versus doctor-oriented. And I think that's, given the mission of the California Medical Board and that it is consumer-driven, not doctor-driven, that is extremely important. And so I would ask that Christina Lawson be voted in to be the president. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up, we have Michelle Montserrat Ramos. Michelle, are you there?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon, Michelle Montserrat Ramos, and I'm with Consumer Watchdog. I also would second Board Member Watkins' nomination as well. Board Member Pines, in response to your comments, I've spent 15 years advocating and monitoring this board. I was here long before you, and I will be here after you were gone. I became an advocate because the love of my life, a California political leader, died at the hands of a substance abusing physician, and the board did not investigate his case. Ms. Pines, I was the advocate who approached the board to initiate teleconferencing. You as a board did not accept my request. I approached the board many times. You as a board fought me all the way, but I was persistent along with my fellow California advocates, including Consumer Reports, and we pushed the issue through. And you finally adopted teleconferencing, and everyone, including the CMA, physician lobbyists, have actively used it. Now, you use my teleconferencing idea as one of your primary accomplishments, yet you tell me that I should try a different way of approaching the board. That is incredibly offensive that you would use my work and then question my advocacy. Secondly, the Patient's Right to Know Act, SB 1448. I spent 2 years lobbying the legislature for the Patient's Right to Know Act. And the third year, it was finally and successfully pushed through the legislature by Consumer Watchdog. My advocacy has brought many life-saving changes in legislation and policy to this board. My advocacy includes SB 1441, the Uniform Standards for Substance Abusing Healthcare Professionals. My advocacy has changed lives. Again, I find it highly offensive that my work, which the board has adopted in a number of ways, should be presented by you in such a negative manner. Your unkind words will not deter me. It will only cause me to organize more public stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Marion Hollingsworth. Marion, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Marion Hollingsworth. I'm a patient safety advocate. There's two issues I want to comment on. One is that why would any member of the medical board call out advocates to encourage us to back off from being critical of the board? Are you afraid of criticism for failing to adequately protect California consumers? When Ms. Pine said the board had SB 1448, the Patient's Right to Know bill, as a credit, this was wrong. We advocates pushed for it for 3 years, most of the time with the board being very much against it. It was only after the Larry Nassar and George Tyndall cases that you finally backed off and realized that you could no longer protect sexually offending doctors. 1448 is a win for the advocates and the people of California and not for the board. Also, I support Ms. Lawson for board president. We need a public member on the executive committee. Not only is Dr. Lewis's term up in June, but he has a history of supporting doctors over patient safety. In fact, he was said to have commented a few months ago that tragedies happen and you can't hang all the doctors. And I found that personally offensive, and that it didn't adequately address the board's mission to protect the consumers of California. So I support Ms. Lawson for president. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, I don't see any other requests in queue.
Okay. Ms. Codwell, please call the roll for vote.
Hi, this is Carrie. Can I suggest that you say the name of the person you're voting for when your name is called? And we'll take a tally.
Verdi? Did you call my name? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Ms. Campoverdi.
Christina Lawson.
Dr. Gonadev.
Ron Lewis.
Dr. Hawkins.
Christina Lawson.
Dr. Kraus.
Ron Lewis.
Ms. Lawson.
Well, I was told never to vote against myself, so I guess I vote for myself. Christina Lawson.
Ms. Lubiano.
I just want to say that this is a very difficult decision for me, and I respect Dr. Lewis's years on the board and his experience. I respect that, you know, the tradition where you've gained experience and along the way, but after today, I have to vote for Ms. Lawson.
Dr. Lewis.
Of course, myself.
Dr. Mahmood. Dr. Mahmood.
Christina Lawson.
Dr. Thorpe.
Christina Lawson.
Dr. Tirado.
Christina Lawson.
Mr. Watkins.
Lawson.
Dr. Yip.
Ms. Lawson.
Ms. Pines.
Dr. Lewis. Can we have the tally?
We have 9 for Christina Lawson.
Okay.
4 for Dr. Lewis.
All right. Congratulations, Ms. Lawson. You have a big job ahead of you. We know you will serve the board well as president of the Medical Board of California. And we thank you for your service that you have so far and for the service that you will have as you move forward. Okay. I'd like to now ask for nominations for vice president.
Dr. Hawkins.
Dr. Kraus.
Second. Oh, sorry.
Okay, we have a first, we have a second. Do we have any nominations for, any additional nominations for vice president? Okay. Dr. Kraus has been nominated for vice president. Nominations are now closed. I will now ask for any comments from the members. Okay, there's no comments or questions. I will now ask the host for public comments.
Okay, I've activated the Q&A window if anyone would like to make a public comment. Give it a few more seconds here. I don't see anything yet. Okay, I don't see anything in the queue.
Okay. Members, please unmute your computers. Ms. Caldwell, please perform the roll call vote.
Ms. Cloverty.
Yay.
Dr. Gonadev. Dr. Hawkins.
Yes.
Dr. Kraus.
Yes.
Ms. Lawson.
Yes.
Ms. Lubiano.
Yes.
Dr. Lewis.
Aye.
Dr. Mahmood.
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe.
Aye.
Dr. Torado.
Yes.
Mr. Watkins.
Aye.
Dr. Yip.
Aye.
Ms. Pines.
Yes. Congratulations, Dr. Kraus. You and Ms. Lawson will make a great team as you present to Sunset and as we move the board forward. I appreciate your past service, which has been numerous years. I've enjoyed working with you as part of the executive committee and look forward to remaining in touch.
Thank you. I'm honored to serve.
Thank you. I will now ask for nominations for secretary.
I'd like to nominate Dr. Mandy Hawkins.
I hear
TJ Watson.
I would like to nominate Ms. Lubiano.
Okay, so I want to make sure that I heard two nominations for Dr. Hawkins and a nomination for Ms. Lubiano.
I'm going to nominate myself to stay on the executive board.
Okay, so we have, let me be, if everyone can hold, so I've been just, for clarity of record, we have a nomination for Dr. Hawkins. We have a nomination for Ms. Lubiano, and we have a nomination for Dr. Lewis. Do we have any additional nominations for secretary?
I am nominating TJ Watson.
We have a fourth nomination. So we have 4 nominations. Do we have any additional nominations before the nominations are closed?
Sorry, Denise, who are the current nominations?
The current nominations are Dr. Hawkins, Ms. Lubiano, Dr. Lewis, and Mr. Watkins. So since we have 4 people, do we have any questions from other members outside of those who have been nominated?
I just want to say that the rationale behind for me to nominate TJ Watson is he is very well informed, he's very articulate, he's very knowledgeable, and at this crucial time, he will be really in a great asset. And that's all I need to say about him.
Okay. Since we have
Howard?
4, yes, Dr. Kraus?
You know, we know Dr. Hawkins very well. He's an incredible leader. He's incredibly well respected in his community. He's had both local and national service to the FDA. As I've said before, we could nominate any board member for any position and be served well, but Dr. Hawkins is very deserving of our support. Thank you.
Thank you. I think similar to what we did with the president nominations and giving each person a chance to make a statement, I'd like to offer that up to each person who was nominated, no more than 2 minutes. And I'm going to start with Dr. Hawkins because he was the first nominated. Dr. Hawkins?
Thank you very much. And I appreciate the support that I've been given by offering this role in leadership. As you know, because of my involvement, I'm willing to work hard. I'm HPEF, PA board. I've been to work close with Kraus, with Howard on additional task force. I'm always reaching out to be a bridge among folks. I don't mean just a bridge among folks on this board, a bridge with many individuals, which is why my comment to Lori was communication is critical between doctors and patients. Communication is critical and respect between all individuals. And notwithstanding things stated, not all doctors on the board think only about doctors. Everybody believes that consumers have a voice. We know what our mission is, and we support and enforce that mission whenever we're asked to. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lubiano?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for this nomination, which I wholeheartedly accept. And I think the way I want to start, similar to what Christina said, I would never vote against myself, and I'm always up for the chance to lead. And I think the two things that would drive me to do the best is my work ethic and gratitude. I'm grateful to be in this position and grateful to have the blessings in my life. And that's what drives me to work hard and to avoid being mediocre, because I never want to be mediocre. I'm a lifelong learner. And so when I take something, I will study it hard. I feel that my background as a lawyer will help, along with my experience leading other organizations around the country and in California. And I promise you to always give my best. Thank you for this honor.
Thank you. Dr. Lewis?
I'm going to withdraw my nomination. I think this process is getting too crazy. So I'm going to withdraw my nomination. Okay?
Okay, we accept it. Mr. Hawkins? I mean, sorry, Mr. Watkins. Mr. Watkins?
One of the being selected, I accept the challenge. If you want to know about me, I serve. I'm on this board to serve, and I bring a different set of skills to this place. The fact that I've been through a sunset review process, my number one is I know how to read people. And so I pay particular attention to the legislature in what they have done, and to see the things that nobody else sees and kind of move it in that direction. I'm kind of surprised that I wasn't expecting to sit in this position. So you get what you did, right? So don't complain about that. And my commitment has always been, I came to this board to serve, to protect the public, and that's all I do. If the rest of the funds that is something that they want, continue with it. But I am blessed that I could just sit next to Ms. Labiano and Mr. Hawkins, because they are really, stellar candidates for this too. So I will just leave it to the board. Thank you.
Okay. I'd just like to make one comment about Dr. Hawkins. He's really been an incredible human being. He always steps up. No matter what we came to him and asked him to participate and do, and I think the demonstration of him even participating in another board, which we all know how much work being on one board is, let alone to be on two boards. He definitely has my admiration. And Ms. Lubiano, I love your enthusiasm and your engagement that you've had in the last several board meetings. And I know you'll be a good leader as we move forward. And Mr. Watkins, you hold our feet to the fire, and it has been very effective. And so now I'm going to move to the public for comments.
Okay, we've gone ahead and open up that Q&A window. If you'd like to make a public comment, please state so. First up here, we have Eric Andrews. Give me a moment to open your line. Eric, I can go ahead and unmute you here. Eric, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to clear up one other thing from the last thing. Dev was not great at the last Sunset Review. Go back and watch the video. He kept turning everything over to Kim to answer. Randy Hawkins seems like a very capable person, but I'm concerned about his per diem payments, which are almost always more than everyone else on the board, and the board has refused to fulfill my public record requests to clear that up. I'm also concerned that he's serving on 2 boards simultaneously, so maybe an executive position is too much considering his time commitments to other projects. I think Lori would be very capable as well, but we haven't really gotten to know her because she rarely speaks. TJ, on the other hand, is clearly there to make things happen, and I would like you all to vote for him. I think he'll better produce minutes that really reflect what we say instead of what the board wants to make it look like we said. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, I don't see any additional requests.
Okay. Ms. Codwell, Carrie, since we have 3, okay, we'll just do what we did last time. Just Ms. Codwell, as you call the vote, each person will say who they are voting for.
Ms. Pines, can I make a comment before?
Yes, Dr. Ganano did.
So because we have 3 people, I think if one doesn't get the majority of the board members present, then there should be a runoff. That's what I think the way it is done, but Ms. Webb can tell us if that is the way to do or not.
Yeah,
that's fine. The board can determine the process on that.
Okay.
It should just be clear before you start.
I would support having a runoff and requiring that the winner receive the majority of the board votes, not just simply the largest number of votes.
I would second that.
Do we need to vote for this process, Carrie?
That would be the most clear way to have a directive that's supported by all the members. I know it's a hassle.
Okay. So, Ms. Codwell,
yes. I think it is that we're going to require a majority to appoint the secretary, correct? And so if we don't get a majority during the first round, then the top 2 will go to the next round, and then we'll get a majority there.
Yes.
So we're just going to, the process is going to be, we're going to require a majority.
Okay.
That works.
Okay.
Just to be clear, Ms. Pines, so that means that you would have to get 8 votes. There's 14 of us.
I think there are 13 here today.
I believe there's 14.
Oh, how many?
Oh, I'm sorry. I counted Carrie. You're right. It's only 13. So it have to be 7.
So it'd have to be 7, right?
Okay.
So if someone gets 7 votes, the majority, that person will become the secretary.
Yeah.
We're in agreement. Can we have a roll call on that decision that we have just made? Ms. Codwell?
Ms. Campoverde?
Aye.
Dr. Gonadev?
Yes.
Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Dr. Kraus?
Yes.
Ms. Lawson?
I'm sorry, I just missed what we were voting. Are we voting on a particular person now? Or are we?
No, we're voting
on the voting process.
We're voting on the process that the person who receives the majority of the votes, which would be 7, would be the person who would become secretary of the Medical Board of California.
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. Ms. Lubiano?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Aye.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Yes.
Dr. Donato?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins?
Aye.
Hello?
Dr. Yip?
Yes.
Ms. Pines?
Yes. Okay. let's now call the roll for the vote for Secretary of the Medical Board of California. Ms. Caldwell.
Ms. Campoverde.
Dr. Hawkins.
Dr. Gonadev.
Dr. Hawkins.
Dr. Hawkins.
Dr. Hawkins.
Dr. Kraus.
Dr. Hawkins.
Ms. Lawson.
Dr. Hawkins.
Ms. Lubiano.
Myself.
Dr. Lewis.
Randy Hawkins.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Randy Hawkins. Dr. Hawkins.
Thank you very much. Dr. Mahmood.
TJ Watkins.
Dr. Thorpe.
Dr. Hawkins.
Dr. Trovato.
Dr. Hawkins.
Mr. Watkins.
Myself.
Dr. Yip.
Dr. Hawkins.
Ms. Pines.
Dr. Hawkins.
Dr. Hawkins got 10 votes.
Okay. Congratulations.
Dr. Hawkins.
Thank you again for giving the opportunity to serve. I really do appreciate it.
Yes, congratulations, Dr. Hawkins. We look
Thank you,
forward-
congratulations, Randy.
Congratulations. Dr.
Yes. We have our team as we move forward into sunset review and the issues as we go through COVID into 2021. I think we have a solid and great team, and thank you for your service. So now I'm going to hand over to our new president, Ms. Lawson, to close out our day with agenda item 24.
Agenda item 24 is future agenda items.
Yes.
Does anybody have any ideas for future agenda items that they'd like to relay to the executive team?
Ms. Lawson.
Maybe I'll start because I had one on my list, which is maybe not a specific agenda item, but a category. I just found today's pain management presentation to be extraordinary. It was informative. I think both to the public, but it was extremely informative for the work that we do as panel members when we're considering discipline. And it, so many of our cases relate to, prescription of opioids and other narcotics. And so I just found it extraordinarily informative. And I would encourage our staff to think about whether there are other, subject matter areas or areas that, where we both want to educate the public, but at the same time, we're educating ourselves and helping us become better decision makers because so much of our work is done kind of behind the scenes, on a day-to-day basis when we're reviewing our cases and then in those panels. And so just to have, be educated as we were today, what I just thought was a terrific presentation would be great. So if there are other areas where staff thinks it would be beneficial, I would just encourage you to bring those to us. With that, I'll open the floor for any other future agenda items.
Ms. Lawson, this is Dick Thorpe. So I just to add on to that comment that you just made about the whole pain issue, I think there's a significant work that needs to be done in a number of areas. This whole issue of educating our doctors about the management of chronic pain, of educating the public, of educating our investigators about the chronic pain process, but also there's a whole issue of the pharmacist and pharmaceutical industry. There is a huge disconnect between people who are trying to manage chronic pain and the pharmaceutical industry, and especially the large pharmacy chains. So I would like to see some integrated process where we have an ongoing work group to try to, again, improve the care that is being given and delivered to our patients across the state and protecting them from overuse, but also not making the mistake of being arbitrarily restrictive and cutting people off abruptly. And this is not just doctors, this is pharmacies that are doing this as well. So it's really, there's a much bigger picture. And I think I just would applaud that, your efforts in that. And I would like to see that as maybe we need to have a pain summit or something. I don't know what we need to do, but it would be really helpful, I think, to really focus on this in a really detailed way with a lot of expert input. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Madam President, Dr. Yip. Hello? Can you hear me?
Dr. Yip, we can hear you.
I was double muted. Yes, we can hear you.
Hi. Well, congratulations, Lawson. I'd like to hear the staff work on internally, maybe the executive directors and the chief, etc., look into what happened to your consumer survey, why we did so bad. It's like I'm the producer, I make the film, I think it's the best film, but audience says it's not a good film. So there must be something we need to improve on, look into why the suspicion was so low, how can we improve that, from the people answering the phone to the probation monitor, they mentioned the Kurin County yesterday, to how the website, all together, how can we make it better? Thank you.
Dr. Hawkins, may I speak?
Yes, please, Dr. Hawkins.
Yeah. So I don't know very much about it, but the topics sound very intriguing. Remember, Dr. Waller talked about motivational interviewing. And that sounds like that's a skill that I suspect will allow us to communicate with any number of types of persons. So I just wonder, and not knowing a lot about it, but this is something that I wrote that I should investigate, this motivational interviewing technique that Dr. Waller spoke of.
Thank you. Any other future agenda items from members?
I have one. This is Lori.
Lori, go ahead.
Thank you. One area that I think would be interesting, given the number of cases that we have seen, and perhaps also from the public's curiosity, I'd like to know a little bit more about cosmetic surgery and kind of the latest technologies, but also maybe the relevant standard of care in certain situations. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other future agenda items from members?
Yes, I have a request. I'd like to have a presentation made by our enforcement unit by a specific, and I don't know who's responsible for this, that in the event that a case is closed, how do we communicate to the public about what happened in that case? And I know some of those records are sealed. I just want to know what happens to the process when we decide upon a case, what happens to the public component. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And actually, maybe just when we get our presentation on the typical kind of statistical presentation from enforcement, they could just broaden that presentation at our next meeting to kind of have a summary of the process and maybe the various touch points with the, both the complainants and then any other interested parties. All right, do we have any other proposed future agenda items before I move to the public comment?
Christina, and this is something that I'm sure that many of the members want to embrace, and that's to try to figure out what the consumers continue to tell us, that we're not listening and not presenting things that they want to know about. And there probably is a list of them somewhere. And perhaps we can look at, and maybe they'll mention some now, we can sort of allow them to pick the top 2 or 3 things that are really, really important that they believe they've asked us to address. We just haven't talked about them.
President Lawson.
Yes, Dr. Crown.
This is Howard. I'd like to expand and at the same time hone in on some things that fall under Ms. Lubiano's suggestion regarding cosmetic surgery, and that is in terms of focusing on consumer protection, to look specifically at who does what. You know, we've got board-certified plastic surgeons, we've got facial plastic surgeons, we've got oculoplastic surgeons, we've got family physicians doing fillers and Botox. We have nurses doing thread lifts and nurses doing fillers and Botox. And if I look at a number of the complaints that the board receives, there are always cases where there are issues of physician supervision, whether or not a physician is on site or knows the patient that's being treated by a cosmetic treating nurse or physician assistant. So I'd like to hone in that area of cosmetic surgery, specifically on consumer information and consumer protection in the cosmetic market, so to speak.
Thank you. And Executive Director Prasifka, are you, and Carrie, are you taking down these suggestions, and then maybe there can be some way to go through all of these? It would be a very full agenda if we had all of these on our next agenda.
Yeah, no, we are taking very copious notes.
Perfect.
You're right. Not all of them can go on to the next agenda. But one of the things that we do is obviously discuss the agenda with the president and vice president and select them, hone them. And then some could be on the agenda after that, et cetera.
Thank you. All right, I think I'm going to ask the host now to call for public comment.
Okay, we've opened the Q&A box. If you'd like to make a public comment, please respond in there. Okay, first up, we have Eric Andrus. Eric Andrus, your line is open.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, first, just to touch on Felix's suggestion, I've never received the opportunity to fill out a survey for any of the complaints I've filed. So when you guys say in your Sunset Review report that only 85 people sent them in, think of all the people who never even got the opportunity to fill one out in the first place. As for recommendations for the agenda, my regular one, the Public Record Act, I've probably asked 15, 20 times now, and you've never, ever put it on the agenda to talk about. I think you should discuss the staff directives to not respond to certain people in the public, namely me. Does the board approve of that, that the staff is actually told that they're not allowed to respond to me? Is that really what this board wants to represent? How you deal with suggestions for agenda items for the public. Several people today and yesterday have talked about how they've put in for agenda items and they've never made it onto the agenda. Also people have talked about wanting to make presentations to the board, like you guys have guest people come in to make presentations. Several of us have asked to make presentations and they're always shot down. So you need to talk about how you deal with the public and their suggestions and their input to this board, because that's what we mean when you say you're not listening to us. We bring these things up and nothing ever happens with them. It's just like they go out into the ether. I go back and read through the old minutes and there's suggestion after suggestion after suggestion, like the whole thing with the font on the website. I brought that up in 2017. It was never acted upon until now. So those are my suggestions. Thanks.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Christina Hildebrand. Christina, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
Christina Hildebrand from A Voice for Choice Advocacy. I had a number of agenda items. One of them, I think Dr. Hawkins brought up a good point, and it's been said by the person before me, but I wonder if the board would consider a section of the agenda every quarter to be dedicated to consumers and consumer advocates, and similar to the previous person, to have either, the option to hear from consumer advocates and give presentations. We've requested to make numerous presentations and have never been taken up on them. So I think that would be a great idea. In responding to the pain agenda item that was brought up by some board members, I would love to see that also incorporate how doctors work with alternative pain management. So chiropractors, there was a bill this year that would have allowed chiropractors to be sort of a main alternative to opiates. There are other alternative medicines that do very well in treating pain. Somebody mentioned physical therapy as a way to look at those alternatives for pain management as well, and how doctors and patients can access those. The other three are sort of my requests that I've made before. One of them is to have a presentation on standard of care and doctors who practice outside of the standard of care. Very often the doctors that we see being brought before the medical board are held to a standard of care when they are using sort of groundbreaking research, and they're the Mayo clinics of the issues that we advocate for, but yet they are held to a standard of care that is many, many years behind. It takes 17 years for research to get into practice, so many years behind that. And so they are being disciplined because they are forward thinkers rather than old, people doing just standard stuff. I'd like to see the latest vaccine in that realm, a panel or a presentation on the latest vaccine research, especially with the COVID vaccine being put forward with emergency use authorization and side effects, and how doctors and patients are able to access that information, which is not widely supplied to them when they get vaccination. And then the last one, which I hear from both sides, as I mentioned in one of my public comments, is this disparity of doctors being disciplined and not being disciplined. The other members of the public have complained that their doctors have not been disciplined adequately, where we are seeing on the vaccine medical exemption issue an overwhelming being disciplined. So to look at that disparity and what the biases are there. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Michelle Montserrat Ramos. Michelle, are you there?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Montserrat Ramos, and I'm with Consumer Watchdog. Congratulations, Board President Lawson. I laud the board members who recognized that it was a positive step to move into sunset review with a public board member as your president. Thank you, Dr. Yip, for your recommended agenda item. I would recommend that you regularly include a consumer-related agenda item for each board meeting. It would be a step of good faith to begin looking at consumer protection. My first recommendation to second Dr. Yip's recommendation would be, what is the role of a probation monitor, and what is the review process for a doctor on probation, including if there are reports of probation violations? Also, when there is a consumer complaint related to a death, how is the complaint not found worthy of investigation, and how that can be adequately communicated to the public? Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Rosie Offersdatter. Rosie, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. To the items I've been speaking to earlier, in particular the issue of intractable pain, I was told by by Bill, that I had to, even though it was supposed to be on the agenda, I had to wait until the elections were over. Okay, so now we're there. My proposal is pretty much congruent with some of the others, that there should be some sort of a convocation, a pain summit, where a work group or task force, or probably the prescribing task force or whatever that was, can be morphed into that and renamed so it's not having to birth a new baby, and look at both defining all the areas of pain, including the group that's been disenfranchised, and what happens with people who are terminated abruptly or have inadequate access to pain, and the educational components both for the consumers and the providers, because it isn't out there. You look at a list of CMEs and they're all pointing pain, to Matt. Nothing for anybody who actually requires opioids or that wants to refuse something like invasive surgery that they don't need. So we need to do some housekeeping with items that have been removed from the board, clean up the standard of care, and so you need a task force to do that. You have one that can be repurposed. And I happen to be in the same county as our new president, so I will contact her offline regarding that, since I was told I had to wait until there was an election. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, I don't see any other requests in queue.
All right, thank you. Do we have any other comments from the board members?
Ms. Lawson, this is Dick Thorpe. So one other thing I think that would be helpful and is possibly timely is the issue of the COVID-19 vaccine, and because there's a significant, at least there's a lot of noise in the atmosphere about how this vaccine is being produced, and this vaccine has the potential, at least some of them that are being developed have the potential, by at least by rumor anyway, that they could contain a number of things that could alter basic physiology in a way that we've never seen before with vaccines, specifically nanoparticle introduction. And I think it would be really, really important for the board to understand that and to know how this vaccine might be different than, say, a flu vaccine or a pneumonia vaccine or a smallpox vaccination or whatever. So I would like to see that as well. Thanks.
Thanks, Dr. Thorpe, and I agree with you. At our next board meeting, it might be good to have an overall presentation about, for wherever we're at in the process with vaccine development and perhaps at that point distribution, actually, right, throughout the state, just as to what the governor and his various teams are working on. It would be a good point in time. So if I don't have any other future agenda items, our final agenda item, number 5, is adjournment of this meeting. And I just want to thank Denise in particular again. And I was having technical difficulties this morning when you all were congratulating her on her service and her tenure. And Denise, I've just enjoyed working with you so much. And I miss that we can't be together in person and that we miss, kind of the social aspect. We all get to know each other really, really well. And to the new board members, I'm really looking forward to getting to know you better once we can attend these meetings in person as well. So I thank you for your confidence in me. Thank you, everyone, for participating in today's meeting. And the next meeting of the board is scheduled for February 4th and 5th of 2021. So we will see you all then, if not sooner. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Thank you. Bye, Denise.
Okay, take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.